I don't know if you know this, but AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. Hey, chat. Hi, everybody. We are ready. It is finally day one of the Adelson case. And oh my gosh, yesterday I was just sitting here waiting, waiting all day for this jury selection. It took forever. Donna's attorneys wanted to drag it out and ask questions for 2 hours. I mean, it's her right. It's her right as a defendant. And that's what we saw. But we are getting ready for opening statements in the Queen Pin Grandma's case. So thank you guys for your patience yesterday as we were figuring out what the heck was going on. But today is officially day one of the trial. We have another one. This is the first time we've been back since Karen Reed. So we've got a good 3 weeks to go. It's going to be an interesting case. I can't wait. But let me know who's in here in the chat. How are y'all doing so far? I'm going to bring us back because it looks like they have been there for a little while now. The judge looks like he's in the middle of explaining to the jury what the process is. So we're just a few minutes behind, but let me go ahead and bring us up to speed with everybody else.
Instructions as to how the trial will take place and also an instruction on note taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me.
What is going on? There we are.
For the record, each juror has a pen and notepad.
I am going to boost the audio too.
After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific and it is to be uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your affairs, or you'll be returned to the jury room. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff.
That is interesting. Tell them to stop.
All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially.
Well, damn.
In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate
on
what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes during this trial, please do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Here we go.
You may proceed.
Here we go. All right, chat, let's do it. Let's see if it's Georgia. Here comes Miss Georgia. Georgia. Oh, no, it's the other one. Darn.
Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this
Let's see how she does.
And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table. And this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant.
The Queen Pin Grandma.
So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendi Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendi Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson.
That's Harvey right there, guys.
The victim, Dan Markel, y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendi's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, you know, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling.
Ooh.
She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendi Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendi Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendi's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendi and persuade Wendi until Wendi ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendi and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendi that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendi's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendi and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendi instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendi Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendi and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendi Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce.
Wow.
In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendi's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendi Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendi would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendi Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendi know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education. And the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendi move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendi could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendi to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you, And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendi would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendi to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion.
That's dirty.
The defendant assured Wendi Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendi Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendi had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendi Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendi's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life depended on Wendi Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendi and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendi's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendi and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendi Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch, and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendi Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendi admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendi Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendi said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case helped police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light colored Prius at a bank drive-through and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share 2 kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these 2 paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge.
Here it is.
When law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanua all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanua got a breast augmentation surgery.
She got
and
boobs.
Later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanua's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation.
Zoom in on Harvey.
Bank records also showed that Magbanua's account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanua to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for.
Donna,
the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanua didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanua every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seemed to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them.
Donna was the boss.
The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having Magbanua act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and Magbanua are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine Magbanua at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since Magbanua. And Charlie Adelson and Magbanua, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, it's so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magdano's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, "My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend?" He's had a lot. He never asked that, because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine McBanois. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine McBanois. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine McBanois. And his call to Catherine McBanois is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine McBanois, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother.
Oh my God.
And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her.
Oh, Donna.
This is Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine McBanois. Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation.
My word!
So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Catherine McBanois, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to McBanois. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine Magbanua about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's 2 ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged. And then that blackmailer is going to start talking and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. And we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives Magbanua very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give Magbanua the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend.
I can't, y'all.
And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanua then asked Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanua to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanua then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all on this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanua was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanua assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. that Magbanua brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanua the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanua was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continued, though, to gather evidence. They continued to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanua's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanua's trial, Catherine Magbanua took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitmen directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanua. That Catherine Magbanua was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanua finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanua testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanua said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanua agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanua then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanua says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet.
They washed the money. They washed the money.
When Catherine Magbanua said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant literally washed the money.
She washed the money.
Traced.
You cannot make this up.
In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanua to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant
you can't make it up.
researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam.
Oh my God.
She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam, and she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel.
Here it is. Wow.
After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs.
All of this is new.
If they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanua told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination in trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you in trial.
This case is crazy.
Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case. But when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Chat. This looks like an open and shut case. I mean, sorry, my lens is all weird. I was hoping she was going to bring up the money laundering because this lady actually went and got a Tide Pod, put this money in the washing machine. Okay. Probably put some bleach in it, then put it in the dryer. And obviously it didn't dry right. She got a dryer sheet. She literally washed the money. Like, what? And then the jail part, that's brand new. People have been following this case forever because there have been 3 trials already. The 2 hitmen and then Katie, right? So we knew a lot of this stuff over the years because Dan was murdered in 2014, okay? But the Queen Pin Grandma, chat, this is why I call her the Queen Pin Grandma. She set up all of this because her grandkids were going to live 7 hours away. Insane. Because here's the thing, the kids are grown now, but they were 3 and 4. So if Wendi is going to be on her own and they need to babysit and help and all that, that's why they wanted them close. But to hear that Donna is slinging veneers inside of the jail to get people to testify falsely is absolutely insane. You know, there were some things that I was worried about as we were watching this. I'm polling you guys right now, and I won't talk too much because we want to get to the defense. I polled you to see how the prosecutor was doing so far. 62% of you said she's doing great. 28% of you guys say that she did okay. And then 10% say that it could be better. And I apologize, guys. Luna's out there playing. You know, we have our trial watching family dog. But wow. So here's what I got. They followed Dan. That was creepy, but I have not seen those pictures before. So it's really good that we were able to see that. Adding the x-ray showing that Dan did not die immediately on the spot in the driveway. He actually suffered for a few hours. I wish she emphasized that a little bit more, but he died at the hospital. So showing that x-ray, showing that the bullet was in his head, that's pretty intense for this jury. The Prius is pretty important as well because she didn't get into how the Prius got in the hands of the killers. She missed the mark on that one. Did talk about the motive, right? So like where the police started, the police had to, number 1, find the Prius, track the Prius, all that stuff. And number 2, dig into the motive. Wendi went to law school as well. Wendi is a lawyer. We're going to learn more about Wendi. She didn't go into Wendi in detail, but I wish she did. I wish she did. So I think that there was some misses with that because here's the thing. Wendi had the whole TV, you know, like they're talking about the TV, the code words, all of those things. She needed to dig into Wendi a tad bit more because Wendi is a lawyer. Why did Wendi go and talk to the police by herself? Like, I don't know. So she could have went into that a little bit more. She did talk about the interview, but not in detail. Now, here's the thing about Sigfredo and Luis. Although they traveled up to Miami or from Miami, Katie, like Luis is Katie's baby daddy. Like that's a huge thing that I think she could have mentioned. But more importantly, Katie, you know, has kids with Luis, but Sigfredo and Luis are Latin kings. She didn't tell him that. I wish she did in the opening. These are gangbangers. Like, talk about that a little bit more, right? So you have that whole thing. Follow the money. So we talked about the money. I'm happy she talked about the staples and that the money was damp and laundered and smelt like Downy. You know, it was clean. The Vietnam piece, I was really hoping that she would get that because here's the thing about Donna going to Vietnam. It was like right after Charlie got convicted for his crimes, right? So you had Katie in jail right now. You have Luis in jail right now. You have Sigfredo in jail right now. You have Charlie in jail right now. Donna, the Queen Pin, is here as well. Now everybody's looking at the dad. Harvey was in that opening statement. We got Harvey's signature on some of those things. And then you have Wendi. Wendi, ain't no way you didn't know about this. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. But anyway, I don't want to delay us more. We're going to go to the defense now. I will say this. I watched the defense attorney yesterday and the male, he really got on my nerves. Like he was trying to smile at the jury too much. I was talking to my aunt about this last night. This is this man's smile. He reminds me of the cat from Alice in Wonderland. I don't know why, but this is one of our first trial watching jokes. He reminds me of the cat from Alice in Wonderland. Maybe it's his smile, but let's see how he does with the jury. Hopefully they don't take a break, but let's see if they did.
Briefly approach.
Okay. we've got a little bit of TiVo time because I just broke that down. Did you guys also see how like Donna was shaking her head no, like what's going on? Like that didn't happen. She's got she has 2 lead defense attorneys. That man right there is the one I'm talking about that reminds me of the cat. And then the woman that's sitting next to her kind of looks like her oddly. But let's see if we have any TiVo time. I see them standing. So maybe they take a break.
The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
All right. They come back here.
The defense gives its opening statement. We are going to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Okay, so they've taken a break and we are now in current time. We were about 10 minutes behind. Now we are live at 10:22, so they are going to arrive any moment now. PD says, AV, is your office in your laundry room? You just be chilling with bleach and trash. No, I mean, I knew that I wanted to talk to you guys about that. Like this lady actually laundered money. Like she actually laundered money. I couldn't believe it. So the queen pin grandma, like now what's the defense going to say? How do you defend this? Like, and here's the thing. They are so devotedly Jewish. Like so into the religion that the attorney is Jewish. She wanted a Jewish lawyer. I think it's because the faith is really important to them. They didn't talk about the wedding. So when Donna, not Donna, when Wendi and Dan got married, Dan's family is like also like devotedly, like they're very hardcore Jewish. But what that means is that they really follow the dietary restrictions as well. I think it's like the kosher food. I'll be honest, I don't know much about the religion. So if I misspeak here, don't forgive me. All right. Forgive me. But one of the big things is at the wedding, they did not serve like the proper kosher food. And a big majority of the people there were Dan's people. It was crazy. It's crazy. But anywho, let us check out our super chats while we wait. It is 10:24 Eastern time. I'm so happy we're back, guys, with another trial. It has been so long since I hung out with so many of y'all. But yeah, I like to have fun when we watch trials, and you all know that. Shout out to Scar, first super chat of the day. This was actually dropped yesterday because the Cheshire Cat Man was like dragging out, and it was Donna. They were dragging out jury selection yesterday. Opening statements were actually supposed to start yesterday afternoon. The news outlets reported that. But, Georgia takes an hour to talk to the jury members. They process them in batches of 21. So this jury selection started with a group of 300 people. And then they just kind of dwindled throughout the week. So they took 3 days for jury selection, yesterday being the last one. Now, 110 people showed up at the courthouse yesterday. They started with the first group of 21. Judge Everett asked everybody the same questions, names, or not names, but demographics, like ages, do you have kids, like little questions like that. And then they started eliminating people as they went, right? So first batch, they went through the 21, they got rid of 10. They went through the next batch, and then Georgia asked questions. Georgia is the other prosecutor. We love her. We love us in Georgia. Now, Georgia has tried all 3 of these. Okay. Or sorry, 3 or 4 of them. She has prosecuted all of these. Okay. So Georgia started asking the jury members questions. It took about an hour. Now, Cheshire Catman asked questions, and I think it was driven by Donna. It took like 2 hours. Right. So then at the end of the day, at like 4 p.m., we were at 11 jury members and we needed some alternates. So last night was such a long night because they didn't leave that courthouse until 6:30. And here's the other thing. They started court at 10. They didn't have lunch. Jury members had nothing to eat. Probably like 3 or 4 10-minute breaks, but nothing to eat. Donna was dragging that on. I was worried if we were even going to make it today. So anyway, Scarlett left this super chat yesterday. Thank you so much, Scarlett. It's good to see you. And I think we got an email from you as well that I need to get to. But thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Shout out to Trucker T Brooklyn, who became a member. Matter of fact, in a second, I am going to distribute my monthly memberships. As YouTubers, they give us how many? They give us 10 a month. So I will give you our August ones, and then we'll do September as we get closer to the date.
But thank you so much, Trucker T. And thank you to everyone that has become a member on this channel and stuck with us, and we haven't been here since June. June is the last time we had a trial. We wrapped up the Karen Reed case, I think, in mid-June. And then it's been a pretty quiet summer as far as trials. So good to see you, Trucker T. Shout out to E. Capone with the 5. I believe this is the first super chat of the day. Says, what it do, AV? Good to see you, E. Capone. Hope you're doing your thing over there on the West Coast. Thank you, brother. Have a good one. Hope you're having a great morning. Drew Beats with the 5 says, hey, AV, what do you think about the Young Dolph case? Yeah, that one just...
Set up at this point.
Hold on. You might be ready.
Clarification needed about what was discussed at sidebar. Not at all, Your Honor. All right, very good.
All right, jury's coming back in. Donna's got her Mr. Rogers outfit on.
But they're coming right back in, so it's probably going to be some Pop Goes the Weasel musical chairs, whatever. You're very
Judge Everett's good. He's funny. He's actually pretty funny. I like Judge Everett. So the jury is coming back in from their break, and we will resume with the defense's opening statements. While we wait for them to come in, I'll answer Drew's questions here. So Young Dolph case started, or at least it started. This was the third person that they've tried in that case. The 2 shooters have already been tried. The third person was the conspirator. All right. That started on Monday. They were done with the case like on Tuesday. I did a short on it. Like we put it on TikTok and we also put it on Instagram yesterday because the verdict was reached in like record speed. It was like 3-day trial, 1-day deliberation, right? But the state didn't have enough. The defense attorney in that case was really good. The gentleman, Hernandez Govin, was the conspirator, right? He was found not guilty on his charges yesterday, right? So Young Dolph he is a rapper from the Tennessee area, known for giving back to his community. And what happened to him was really sad. I think he was shot around like 20 times. Like these young boys had like machine guns or something crazy. But that result was yesterday. So, I think the defense attorney did a really good job. Did the guy have something to do with it? Possibly, but it is about what you can prove. Now, I did the opening statements on that one this past Monday. I highly encourage you guys to check it out, but you can see the holes in it. Like, I think it was like a 20-minute opening statement from the prosecutor. And then the defense talked about all of the things that they left out. So speaking of that, that's actually good discussion, Drew, because this is probably what we're going to see here. I think Cheshire, the cat man, is going to deliver the opening because he looks super sharp today. I believe of the 2 attorneys that Donna has, he's a little bit stronger with his arguments. So we will see what happens here. After this opening, I'm curious to see who the state is going to bring up as witness number 1 and what the afternoon holds for us. Are we going to see Wendi in court today?
The bathroom will be a thing throughout the trial.
Charlie, other people on the stand, the estranged brother Rob. There's so many others that we could potentially see on the stand today. So I'm really excited for that one. But thank you, Drew Beats, for the super chat. Miss Kelly Applegate hits me with the 50. Thank you so much, Kelly. I know she is listening in and out. I saw you in chat earlier. She says, good morning, party people. AV7 and Chatterhood. It's finally here. Let's watch the Hot Mess Express. This case is crazy. It really is. All the twists and turns, and some of you that haven't heard of it, as you were listening to that opening and all of the evidence that they have, we haven't even gotten to the wiretaps yet. Like there's so many audio files that we're going to listen through for this particular trial because Donna and Charlie talked on the phone all the time. But one thing that the prosecutor did here very well is she mentioned like it was like cars, right? Like of a train, like there were 4 boxes, but Donna is the core of it. It's almost like the directives and the direction and what was going to happen, the plans, all of that. It was Donna to Charlie, Charlie to Katie, Katie to the Hitmen. Oh, is that an easel? What is he? I see some Post-its. What is he grabbing for? Okay, this is going to be interesting. I'm just kind of making some observations here. A lot of people were also asking why Donna is wearing headphones. She does have some hearing issues, apparently. She complains about the jail all the time, that the food is too carby and things like that. So, you know, she's getting her accommodations, grandma status, all of that cool stuff. But thank you again, Kelly Applegate, for such a generous super chat. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your Friday. Shout out to D, hits me with the 2, says, Gangsta Granny, Adelson day 1. Yeah, we're here, guys. We are here. This case is expected to go on for the next, Georgia said yesterday she can get it done in 2 weeks, but it is expected to go to September 5th for right now. So we have we got some trial time. The prosecutor said they need about between 5 to 6 days for their side of the case, and the defense is saying the same thing. That also includes a day off for Labor Day. So we will all have a long weekend for that particular week. I wonder what's going to happen with Donna. What's going to happen with her is going to be interesting. But thank you so much, Adi, for the super chat. Shout out to Drew Beats again with the 5, says, hey, AV, how much do you think a pretty face helps your case? Amber Heard, Red, Casey, etc. I'm thinking that the more likable, the more bias you're in your favor. Yeah, I think it's a mixture of charisma and attractiveness sometimes, because what you're going to find out when you meet Wendi Adelson is, Wendy's a pretty attractive woman, but she can get a little, antsy on the stand. She can get antsy on the stand and not very polite. We did a video where in one of the trials, there was a Boston lawyer who cross-examined her. Oh my God, he flamed this lady alive. Go check it out. I think it's my last Wendi video. But you'll see how someone who is attractive, also an attorney, can get snarky and a little bit mean on the stand, right? Especially if you're a witness, So looks like the jury is filing back on in, and we're going to get ready for this defense opening statement.
Everyone can be seated. Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Who's doing it? Oh, it's the lady. I thought it was going to be Catman.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent.
All
Mrs.
right,
Adelson,
Jackie.
And I don't think you've heard my voice yet.
Let's go, Jackie.
Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter's going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an hour, you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happened. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendi Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him. A 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendi moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens to divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendi and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry.
It's a gnat.
He continuously, from the time Wendi moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, but up into their teens, they lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh.
Clearly.
Okay, this is starting to
Thank you.
become stumbling.
Thank you. So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that day. Somehow he survived for
Oh,
another
Lord.
hours.
Look at this.
But
Look at this.
In my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date,
This is old
July
school
18th of
lawyering.
2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the
Not a chart.
school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off. Watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone.
Look at George's face.
And he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him. Not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling.
This is terrible.
This is surveillance.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This is bad.
Investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone. And he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here. Right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that everybody can see okay. They can prove that Katie Magbanawah, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie. They can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it, and that she's the one who paid them the money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100. Well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th. And on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her. Not Miss Adelson.
So blame it on Charlie.
And how that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed. And they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is. And I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder, that she engaged these men to kill him, and that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson.
Oh my God.
At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father.
This is so
of
sad.
her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count.
That's it. Oh my.
Zelman, if you could take down the easels at this time.
Chat. What was she up there for 5 minutes? Look at my notebook. This is the prosecution's. Look at the. I have 3 things. Just throw her under the jail right now. I mean, like, what the hell? Oh.
Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Chat, that was it. All right, James Dagger. Let me print out my witness list and keep track of it as well. That way we can tell you guys who does what.
Yeah, reposition the lectern, Judge?
Here comes Georgia. Georgia. She's a good prosecutor. I like this prosecutor a lot. She doesn't play games. She gets right to the core of things. She's a shark on cross-examination. I mean, it's 11 a.m. We're already starting. I guess I can shut down our poll. 56% say she could do
You
better.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine the direction.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Gieger.
Geiger.
Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122 Trescott.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now. I think.
Oh, this is a
40
neighbor. I think this is a neighbor that
I
found
want
Dan.
to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got a gnat on me.
And gnats.
Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024, 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room, looking out towards Trescott Drive, out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And
all right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time, I asked to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 through 3 are admitted.
Yes, if you guys could hit the like button, that'd be fantastic. Thank you for the reminder, Brink.
If we could publish states 1, please. All right, sir. So if you could just explain, give me that pointer, please. What we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here. If that's of any assistance to you, push the middle button, you get a red dot. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
So publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markel's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right. And as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay. So something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markel house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction to the right of the photograph or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
Okay, so out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open. His car was inside and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up. The car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and
Oh, no.
the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. And so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it. And it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as state's exhibits. 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4, and I'll draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mhm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish state 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish state 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's, if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 4.
Objection, states 4.
No objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light colored vehicle.
I'm gonna approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize States 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
All right, may I introduce States 5 here? No objection.
States 5 is admitted.
Publishing States 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendi were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child, and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendi, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendi had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and to notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 88.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 88 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can you repeat that for verification?
2122 Trescott Drive, the T.
Okay, the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from 8502.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's battered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know.
And it was at this location, correct?
Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know his address. It's next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. He's still alive. He's moving.
I can't believe Dan was still alive.
See what's going on with it.
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211 21.
Yeah, they're protecting somebody's private information. That's why they're muting it like that.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer,
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination for Mr. Gieger. Mr. Gieger, you may step down, sir.
All right, witness one down.
Is he released from his subpoena? Will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
All right, let's see who they
Please
have.
call your next witness.
Two.
State calls David Sims.
Please approach.
Okay, David Sims is our second witness. We'll see who or where he's from. I know that Georgia has a lot of people from the FBI lined up. She's got a few of the Adelsons lined up as well. Charlie, I heard, has been moved from his cell and is in another jail that is close by in preparation for this trial. Real quick, want to continue on with our super chats. Let me just see if we are all caught up.
Right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the
All right, here we go.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, S-I-M-S,
How are you? Go ahead.
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes,
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes,
And did you make contact with Mr. Gieger, the neighbor?
yes, I did.
And did Mr. Gieger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
All right, I'm gonna publish states 7, please. It's in, right?
It's already in.
Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No,
Okay, other than the doors being open, right?
correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Gieger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said, Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said, Daniel, again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car.
Let me pause you there and approach and show you what I marked as states 8 through 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce states 8 through 10. No objection.
States 8 through 10 are admitted.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, and was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in, the door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
Okay. And were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, I when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there and pulled it out and set it on the ground so they can make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not
there?
in my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap, and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the eyeglasses?
That was in his left hand.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No.
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
No.
No further questions.
So that's quick.
Examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please call your next witness.
Joanne Maltese.
Number 3. Copy EMS. And I'll get the spelling of her last name in a second. All right, so we're moving very, very quickly, guys. We got through opening statements. Witness number 1, the neighbor. Witness number 2, Mr. Sims, who was from Tallahassee Police Department. He was the first to arrive on the scene and walked us through what he saw and exactly where the items were placed. little bit sad to look at. I mean, especially the glasses part. I mean, when you have pictures of Dan to start and then half of his glasses are on the floor, man, that was tough to watch. So I can only imagine what the jury is thinking. However, we have and let me grab this while it's up. Shout out to Petty Pendergrass. I was just thinking about you, man. Where you been? Gifting 5 memberships. Look at that. Gail got a membership. Miss Gail at night. Okay. She got a membership. Brandy got one. Judy got one. Jackie got one. Special Bendy Bros got one as well.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the
Thank you, Petty.
You may take your seat.
If you received one, please say thank you to Petty.
For the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law
No,
enforcement?
I am retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please. Publish 12, please. Did you collect the eyeglasses shown in State's Exhibit 12?
Look at
Yes, I did.
That appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you what I've marked as states 121 and 122. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Are those the 2 halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in evidence states 122 and 123.
Any objection? States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
Showing you 123 and 124. Are these the 2 pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
And what were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. It'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay, any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Publish state 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken. So prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 126 is admitted.
Publish.
No.
And the glass evidence, is that consistent with the gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendi Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I didn't know they had Wendy's
I'm
car.
approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize 18 through 21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle?
Yes.
Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Publish states 18, please. Publish 19.
The minivan.
Publish 20. What is this item?
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm gonna approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 22 through 24. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, states exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes.
They're not going to show us that. I don't think they're going to show us that. Let me give this a quick refresh.
This was done on the 18th.
Yes.
Oh, come on, line crime. Don't conk out on me now. This is starting to get good. I was locked in, paying attention. What the hell? Hold on. What did we miss? Donna's crying. Why? Donna's crying. Oh,
Markel.
go back.
Move into
Photographs at the hospital.
Guys, talking about the actress giving the performance of her life. Look at God. That happened on purpose. Okay, this is the forensic person. And they're showing pictures of Dan Markel in a hospital bed and his condition. Donna, this queen pin grandma, charged to have put together this murder, is literally sitting there crying.
fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day.
Yes.
Move into evidence, states exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes.
Cross-examination.
All right, it's skipped, but it looks like
No questions, Your Honor.
no questions for this witness. Donna's still crying. That wraps it up for witness number 3 from Tallahassee Forensics. I cannot believe that.
Please call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Clark.
I can't believe she is crying after all that stuff she said about Dan. She called him a mother effer, asshole, all types of stuff, and you're crying?
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Thank you. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony Clark, Clark.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your
Uh-oh.
duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled over to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association
Fulton
with
County.
the University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
States 25 through 34. Take a moment to look through those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markel?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, states 25 through 34, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Published 25, please.
Before you publish, if the parties can briefly approach.
Okay, they are approaching the bench. Let's see if we have any TiVo time loaded up. As Dan's father, people sitting on that side of the bench are family members of Dan's and supporters of him. This can get tough for families when they have to look at autopsy photos, things like that. But for Donna, the defendant, it's like, ma'am, it is very funny to see you sobbing over there. That's like your grandson's father. They grew up without a dad because you wanted your sunshines to be closer to you. Look at her. Look at her. Trying to, appear sympathetic and all of that. The jury's gonna remember this. Look, they're looking at this poor old woman who's crying and being dramatic and is on trial for murder. It's crazy. I did not expect that to happen at all, but we're seeing it. Shout out to Sire, who says the whole courtroom looked like a retirement home. Listen, a lot of people go to Florida to retire, all right? It's good weather out there. Minus hurricane season.
Great. Before we continue with the examination of Dr. Clark, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
All right, so they're taking a break, it appears. I don't know if they want to give Donna a moment to reconvene, but the jury, in the middle of this testimony, they're taking a break. I mean, it's almost lunchtime, so I'm curious to see why Judge Everett is thinking that we're going to take a break. We'll see if he says anything right here, and we'll kill some time as the jury is, because it's a break. They're going to the jury room. You have time to stretch their legs. He didn't say how long it was.
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, if your client needs to use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
Okay, that's what it was. I'm happy Judge Everett did that. He didn't want her sitting there sobbing in front of the jury. So he's like, go collect yourself, ma'am. Like, don't do that. Because it has an effect on the jury. If she's sitting there crying the whole time, like, people are going to feel bad for her. And it's not that it's innocent until proven guilty. But we are on witness number 4. We're going to look at those autopsy photos, and you're going to look at them. You're going to look at them with the jury and with everybody in the gallery and with the world. All right. So if you did not do this, I mean, it's just interesting. I've never seen a defendant cry at the defense table when during, someone testifying. So it's going to be very interesting, guys. We only on day 1. It's going to be a long afternoon if Donna's going to be teary-eyed all the time. Let me see where I left off with some super chats, and we'll go from there. Some of you guys left them early. I like to read them in between breaks if you're new here. just so you can hear live testimony and what's going on. During lunchtime, we do a few things. Sometimes we do t-shirt giveaways. We like to have a lot of fun around here. Pretty small crowd. That's what happens on day one of trial, and then it starts to pick up as the trial continues. So we probably won't do a t-shirt giveaway today, but I absolutely will give out memberships as well. The other thing that we do, if you're new here, is during the lunch breaks, because we like to keep the feed going all day, we will sometimes check out other pieces of footage that are related to the case. In this particular case, there is a ton, because there were 4 trials already. What I had not had a chance to edit, and what we will likely do is check out Wendy's testimony from Charlie's trial. I watched it myself. We just needed to edit it down, but we could take a look at the dynamic between Wendi and Georgia. Okay. Now, Wendi had testified in 3 prior trials. The other thing is, last week she was trying to stop. Donna had put a subpoena out to make Wendi testify. But here's the thing. If Wendi testifies on cross-examination, she could say some incriminating things. Now, the other thing is that Judge Everett decided to quash the subpoena, so she won that motion. But at the same time, Wendi is expected to testify in this one as well. Pay attention to her, because with Wendi, the issue becomes Wendy's story has changed, and it's likely going to change again 3 times. She has changed her answers 3 times. So we'll see how she does with this one. But for lunch, I think what we'll do to kill that hour is take a look at Wendy's testimony from the very last trial. That would be interesting. I think I left off right here. We got Kelly Applegate. Thank you, Kelly, again, for a super generous super chat. Shout out to D with a 2, says Gangsta Granny, day 1. I think I caught Drew Beats as well. And then we are here with the D with the 5, says Adelsons, Alberts, and McCabe. I see patterns in similar behavior. I mean, the trials of 2025. Look at it. It's very interesting, Deanra. It really is. Shout out to Messy Michonne Live with the 20, says, good morning, boo. Shout out to the chat, and shout out to Messy Michonne, guys. She is an amazing YouTuber. Please check out her channel if you have not already. If one of the mods had dropped a link to her channel, please check her out. I've known her as a fellow creator for years now, and she is saying, hit the like button for my little sister. I'm going to try and keep up with this trial with you all, TGIF. Yeah, it's a lot. It really is so much information. I mean, I still couldn't believe that in opening statements this morning, this is the defense. This is this is the prosecution side, and then the defense's side, which is so sparse. But again, you have to think about defendants. It is up to the prosecutor to prove it. Now, the other prediction I have is, if Donna's crying now, she has played with the idea of getting on the stand herself, saying that she might testify. It came up in one of the hearings, I think it was 2 weeks ago. So if this woman is crying on, at the defense table, I can only imagine if she gets on the stand and starts shedding some tears. That would be crazy. It really is. But anyway, thank you, Messy Michonne, and it's always great to see you. Thank you for stopping by. If you guys could check out her channel as well, that'd be fantastic. Shout out to Senator with the 5. He's like, Avi, you know what I'm going to ask. Senator sent me a candle, and we have a P.O. box. Me and my team have a P.O. box. So, we do have to empty that, go there, physically go, pick it up, right? But I am excited to share with you guys that candle once I actually pick up the package and light it for y'all. I've worked with a few people that have sent me things before, and if you guys are talented or have businesses and things like that, I always love sharing more about y'all and what you do. So more than happy to share that candle once it arrives safely. It has arrived to its destination, but it just needs to be picked up. Shout out to D again with the 5, says, thanks to Donna, sunny tropical Vietnam has now become a tourist destination. Yeah, that's the thing, D. She tried to flee. That looks so guilty. Like, why are you getting, oh, and here's the other thing. She got an emergency visa to go to Vietnam. I knew she got caught in the airport. Like they had been thinking about getting her arrested for a long time. And you could see the body cam footage for those that haven't seen it. But yeah, it is very interesting. She did not expect that they were going to catch her at the airport. It was wild. But Out of all places, Vietnam. And then Georgia said, not Georgia, the other prosecutor said in the opening that they have phone records showing that Donna was searching for extradition countries. Why? If you're going on vacation, why are you looking for extradition countries? Meaning that law enforcement from the US can't extradite you. That is very specific. It's almost like 2:27 p.m., 2:27 a.m. with Jen McCabe. We got another one of those situations with this lady. So I don't know how she's going to get around some of this evidence. And us being on witness number 4 right now, we haven't even gotten to the good stuff. We got the neighbor's statement. We have Tallahassee's first responder. We have forensics. And now we're going to the medical examiner with this autopsy. And it ain't even lunch yet. So we are moving along. But thank you so much, Dee, for the super chat. Shout out to Howell across the pond. I hope you're doing great, Howell. It's good to see you. I believe those are British pounds. But thank you so much, Howell. I hope you're having a great Friday and enjoying the start of this trial so far. Shout out to Adventures with Sean. I haven't seen you in so long, Sean. Great to see you. He hits me with a 2. He says, glad to see you back at it. Yes. We had been actually preparing you guys for this trial with a series of videos. So for those that want to catch up, or if you're watching over the weekend, we actually created a playlist. It has about 9 videos that catch you up on this entire trial. So all the pretrial motions we have, you want to see Georgia get spicy with Wendi and Charlie. We have some live reactions to that. We have Wendi getting roasted on cross-examination from a Boston lawyer. It was intense. It was really intense. So good to see you, Sean. And for those that have not seen that playlist yet, highly recommended. Please check it out. Shout out to Drew Beats again with the 5. Says, imagine having to hear you're going to jail through the same cheap headphones. I mean, yeah, she's looking. I mean, that opening was really good. I wanted to see Georgia because I have a thing for Georgia. She's really good. She takes no BS, especially with difficult witnesses. When Charlie gets on the stand, that's going to be interesting because Charlie is annoying. She'll ask him a question and he will always try to explain things. So expect that because this is going to be Charlie's second time testifying. Now, they also have a brother. So Donna has 3 kids. She has Wendi, she has Charlie, and Wendy's the youngest. And then there's an older brother named Rob. Rob doesn't speak to his family. He doesn't speak to his parents. He doesn't speak to his siblings, right? He's on the witness list and he lives in New York. And apparently they had a falling out because Donna and Harvey, his parents, they are so into their children's lives. They're so controlling that Rob wanted to get married. He initially wanted to marry a woman that wasn't Jewish. And so Donna had a big problem with that. He ends up marrying somebody else who is Jewish, is not happy, gets divorced, and remarries the original person he wanted the first time. Then he's like, F y'all, I'm done. I'm never talking to you again. So there was some type of fallout. So we'll get the tea on that one because Rob Adelson has not testified in any of these trials. So that's going to be interesting to see. But thank you so much, Drew Beats. Speaking of headphones, right? We need, Donna should have some Beats. But apparently she has some hearing issues. A lot of people have been popping in chat and asking why she's wearing headphones. That's why. Shout out to Lee, who is across the pond as well. Says, AV, thank you for giving us great content. Always, this is what I'm here for. This is what I do. And again, for people that are getting into the trial, please tell a lot of people about it. I mean, I think that this one is crazier than Karen Reed, to be honest. Like Karen Reed had a lot of stuff happening in her case, but I do think that this one has way more twists and turns and stuff we're going to see for the first time in this one, because it's Donna. It's going after the conspirator, the person that set everything in motion. And, without Donna setting all this up, you wouldn't have Charlie going to his girlfriend or whatever, Katie, who goes to her baby daddy and Sigfredo to, a part of the Latin Kings to commit this crime. It all starts with Donna. Donna's at the heart of it. So it's going to be interesting. They did talk about one concept that I want to break down a little bit more, and it is the concept of conspiracy, right? Because when you have a conspiracy, there's a principle in that conspiracy, the role of the principal. Who is the person that is conspiring for all of that to get done? It is, in this case, Donna. Now, they spent a little bit of time in jury selection yesterday because the cat-looking lawyer, you know what I'm talking about, the cat from Alice in Wonderland. This lawyer had some slides, and he was talking about the concept of a principle in conspiracy. He had like a 25-page PowerPoint presentation, and one page of it was just on principle, right? Who a principal is, the role of a principal, how to find a principal guilty, all of those things. He talked to the jury about that. Now, when it happened, oh, I hear them. Let me bring us back. When it happened, it was kind of tough because it took forever for him to ask those questions. But you know what I just noticed? He used PowerPoint. Why didn't the other defense attorney use a PowerPoint presentation in their open? Lee, I'm telling you, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. It looks like they're coming back 11:52 Eastern Standard Time. I know I have more super chats to read. Let me see if I could get a few more before the jury comes back and we resume with the medical examiner, witness number 4 on the stand. Shout out to Sui. It's great to see you, Sui, with the 5. Says, yes, didn't realize you were back. Let's get it. Getting my popcorn for this crazy ass family trial because, child, this ish is wild. Sui knows. Sui knows how crazy this is. Apparently, Donna has dried her tears and she is ready to go. No suit on Donna. She is wearing the cardigan and the t-shirt.
State, you may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
All right, let's go.
Publishing 25. And doctor, you should have a pointer. All right, explain what we're looking at in states 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body,
Oh,
or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, here, and here.
Publish states 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here that's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report. And this is
there she goes.
Labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you'd like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes. There's swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are smaller. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to fall out, to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder. And we'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo stippling around the left side of the face, the left side of the neck and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking?
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am. Or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here because of where the bullet track went to. It caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face, and then drain down into the neck.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes an irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired.
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time. And most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing. And the soot, the stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to which shots were fired in what order?
Yes, after discussions with the investigators and looking at the scene photographs, the first shot went through the closed car window. So the first shot would have been to the left cheek area, which traveled from the left cheek just before the left ear, hitting soft tissues, fracturing the jaw, fracturing the left cheekbone. Again, this is maybe slightly incapacitating, maybe stunned him, but would not immediately put his lights out. Okay, so that is where all the pseudo stippling is coming from that glass shattering. Glass is not there anymore. The second shot is to the forehead, where the actual gunpowder can strike the skin, and the hand was raised somehow into the vicinity of that cylinder gap.
And that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable? That's
correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say, if it had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 127 and 128. If you will publish 30, please. Ask if you recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we place these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both one's from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Move into evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor. And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This
Would
is
you be able to turn it? Upper left, maybe. Again. Thank you. What
this
does
is the
it show?
bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. And the x-ray is getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we taken one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
All right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Dr. Clark.
Oh my gosh, Donna.
Can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are
Oh
not
my
to discuss
word.
this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay, it is 12:04 Eastern Standard Time. I can't believe this lady is sitting there crying. I think that's why they paused for lunch right there. Because like look at her. Look at this. Standing crying, looking all frail. Jury is going to lunch. They're back at 1:15, guys. What I definitely want to do, I want you to see Georgia in action so you can see what this prosecutor is like. We are going to check out how she talked to Wendi. Let me just see if they have anything else to
We
say.
go on the recess break this afternoon. I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses. I do feel it is important at this point. Mrs. Adelson,
Stop
when
crying.
the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Right. Please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
That is awesome. So that'll give us 7 for the day on day 1. Wow. Okay. So this is interesting, guys. It really is. I'm happy. So here's the thing. Judge Everett is a good judge. He doesn't put up with BS either. He's super polite. You know, he can be witty, lighthearted. He can be funny at times, you know, but I do like that he checked Donna on that because the jury's not supposed to see that stuff. And he's right. They have to decide on the facts of the case, not your emotional response and you not being able to handle it because that's confusing. You're the queen pin grandma, all right? Conspiracy. You conspired to do all this. What about all the other damning evidence that we need to get through? It's really pointing towards guilt. So the fact that she is acting this emotional on day one, on witnesses 3 and 4. So I'm happy that I am so happy that Judge Everett just checked her like, hey, you need to control yourself. I understand that some of this might be natural, but the jury's job is to do it this way. Right? So let's get through some super chats, guys. We have some time to kill, just about an hour. And I think Georgia's discussion with Wendi is just about an hour too. So that is perfect timing. Let me see where I left off at. I think I left off at Sui. Good to see you, Sui. Thank you again. Shout out to Real Talk with Retta, who has been with me for 27 months. Okay. That's a long time. You've watched me rise, fall, fail, make mistakes, cut off the stream by accident, make videos, learn how to do this, do some shorts. You've watched me grow. So I'm really happy to have people in this community for that length of time. And for those that are new to this community, we're a fun bunch. And this right here is proof. You have folks that stick around and watch trials on trials on trials with us and always have a great experience. So thank you so much. Real Talk with Retta. I'm really happy you're here today, and we'll go from there. And speaking of Retta, she also sent me, I believe she sent me a Cash App. I thought I saw that. Here it is. Yes. Miss Retta also sends me a 10 and says, so glad you are covering this. Love you. Love you right back. Love you right back. It's going to be interesting, but it's also, I mean, I don't know. Georgia was saying it's going to be speedy. If we're going to go through 7 witnesses in one day, we'll see. The ones that take long, I think, are going to be the FBI people, right? That did their undercover investigation. And definitely Wendi and some of the other family folks, right? But usually with these routine people like forensics, like the medical examiner that did the autopsy. Remember, we had that first responder and then even the neighbor. We got through those fairly quickly. Like I think we started right around 11 or a little bit after 10:30. So we've already gotten through 4 people so far. It's going to be real interesting. Jackie Not Butt Dialing has been with me for 15 months. Says at work, they keep interrupting me. She's like, AV, it's live, right? On a Friday. But thank you so much, Jackie. I hope you're having a great work day. Halfway through it. The weekend is almost here. Hopefully you have the weekend off and we can go from there. But thank you so much for your time with me too, Jackie. 15 months is you were around in the YSL days. So that means we're just about a year since that trial. So thank you for your time with me as well. Here's another OG in the community. We have 4 always, forever, for life. Been with me for 13 months. A membership that long is not taken lightly. So thank you, ladies, for all your support. She says Wendi is going to jail, in my opinion. Yeah, Wendi moved out of Florida. Wendi lives in Texas now. Wendi was like, see y'all later. I don't want anything to do with this. So Wendi left. But really interesting stuff. Hopefully we get to see Wendi on the stand today because he said we probably can get through 3 people. So it's likely that those are fast witnesses. Maybe we get Wendi on Monday or early next week. So that's going to be interesting. Shout out to Real Talk with Retta, who also, she's all the love today, Retta. She gifted 5 memberships. I did jot these down. Jimmy got 1, Keyshawn got 1, Christine got 1, Yvonne got 1, and W. Smith got a membership from Retta. If you received one, please say thank you. A majority of you guys, I saw you say your thank you. That was very nice of Retta to do, very thoughtful. And thank you guys for thanking her, right? Shout out to Petty Pendergrass, gifted 5. I caught these in the moment when you dropped them. Good to see you, brother. I think he's fixing a faucet right now. But thank you so much, Petty Pendergrass. I mean, the faucet reminds me of Donna's tears at this point. You know, it's crazy. Shout out to Scar. Scarlet jumps in with the 5, says, I'm about to be walking a doggy, but I will be listening. Have a great day to all. No, everybody's having a great time today getting acquainted with this trial. If you're new and if you are an OG that's been watching this forever, then a lot of this is interesting information. A lot of people don't like Donna. They want to see her go down, okay? They want to see Donna go down, but a lot of people really want to see Wendi go down. Because is it possible that Wendi knew nothing about this, that her family was behind getting rid of her ex-husband? And Wendy's had some boyfriends. Wait till we meet Jeff. Okay, Jeff is on the witness list too. He dated Wendi, and you'll learn more about the tea with that one. There's some really interesting, really interesting witnesses on the list. I think there's about 60. Does it mean we'll get through all of them? No. I mean, even with Karen Reed, that took forever. But with Karen Reed, we only had 36 witnesses. So just because you have 100 people on a list doesn't mean you need to get through all of the people on the list. But thank you so much, Scarlett. Hope you are enjoying your dog walk. Michael Love, one of my favorites, another Chatterhood favorite with a 5, says, would this be considered elder abuse? Having all these senior citizens try to remember past 3 weeks ago. I was thinking about that with the neighbor. This happened in 2014. So let's do some quick math. What was that, 9 years ago? 11? Hold on. Why can't I do lawyers hate math? 2025, take away 2014. Look at that, 11 years ago. And the witness, Mr. Gieger, he has a memory of an elephant. He recalled all of those things. He's like, yep, I looked out the window. I went over. I was just like, what's wrong with Danny? I thought about it. I would have called the police. I thought maybe somebody was getting robbed. That Prius sped off and I ran over there. I was sprinting. What word did he use? He said he was running over there. But this neighbor was able to recall something that happened 11 years ago. I mean, it's probably traumatizing to find your next door neighbor, like all bloody like that and still alive. And then he even recalled the fact that he called 911 and it took them 14 minutes to get there. They got to step it up with this response time. The shenanigans. But thank you so much, Michael Love. He was good though. I mean, I have faith in our elders if the neighbor could remember all of that. Shout out to Cesar Sanchez with the 2, says, nice to see my homie back. Yeah, we're building it back up. It's good to see you too. I did miss trial streaming, guys. It's really fun. I mean, y'all help us come up with, and I want you to think about this in the first few days of the trial. We still need to develop this merch. I have one up right now. I will briefly show it to you. But it may not be done yet. I really want, and we'll do this before our t-shirt giveaway. I would really want, and there's one product up right now. You guys remember Too Cute by Half, the AJ shirt, that's still up. The Queen Pin Grandma, look at what I did. I had this idea of like the Godfather, like the Godfather thing. And, with the hand, the little puppet joint. And then it says justice for Dan Markel, right? This is Donna. She's playing with us. She's doing the puppeteering. She is crying on the stand in front of this jury on day 1. This is Queen Pin-like behavior, okay? So, I mean, I can't wait. I want to fix that shirt, so don't buy it yet. I want to actually get the Godfather font. I need to get the Godfather font, but that is the Donna shirt, okay? Think of others. There's a few other ideas I had so far. Where is it? I'll get y'all's opinion on it right now. I wrote it on a Post-it somewhere. I don't know where that Post-it was. Oh, the Boston lawyer said something to Wendi. He's just like, oh, you're not letting Dan Markel see his kids. And after he died, you're not letting his family see the kids. She's like, yeah. He's like, did you let your brother see the kids? She's like, yeah. And he's just like, oh, okay. So you allowed your murdering brother to be around your kids. It was hilarious. So I want to get that murdering brother quote if I could find it, because it was so funny. So you have the murdering brother one. Oh, and then Georgia's funny. Georgia talked about how it was during Charlie's direct examination. She's just like, so you were on some type of payment plan with the Latin Kings. He's like, yeah, I was making, and he was trying to duck and dodge the question. She's just like, so they had you on a layaway plan. I was like, Georgia's funny. She's hilarious. So I can't wait for you guys to see more of that. And then something about Donna washing this money. I bought out my Tide Pods earlier in the bleach because this woman literally took this cash, put it in a washing machine, threw a Tide Pod in. She put it on a cycle. She changed the hot water. I don't know if she used hot or cold. She put it on medium for a medium load and then hit the freaking start button. And then after she washed the money, she took that money and put it in the dryer. Wasn't probably a very good dryer because when the money was given to Katie Megbanawa, she said that it was damp. So you cannot make this case up. You really can't. So it's good to see you, Caesar. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Simply Sherry, who's been with me for 4 months. Thank you for your time with me, Sherry. She says she's going to show Wendi how to act once and for all. Can you believe that? As soon as she started crying, I'm so happy Judge Everett checked her. Imagine if that happened in Judge Cannoni's courtroom. It would just go on forever. It would go on for days. It would go on for days. But Judge Everett doesn't play. He's just like, ma'am, I'm going to warn you one time. Like, please control your emotions, right? Shout out to Miss Crow T. Shetty with the 20. She says, for the beautiful AV, it's good to see you. I think she popped in and out. Really, really appreciate that, Miss Crow T. Shetty. Always great to see you. Strong supporter, has been with me since the early days as well. She says, for the beautiful AV. Thank you, Miss Crow T. Shetty. Happy Friday. Hope you're enjoying it. All right, then real quick, we'll grab Michael Love with the 5. Says, I like that shirt idea. Which one? I just gave y'all a few. The murdering brother, I think, would be funny. The layaway plan, I need to get creative with how to do that one, and then washing the money. And then, of course, if y'all have ideas, of course, I'm going to be looking at the comments and all that great stuff. Let me do this before I forget. I do it once a month. Every creator gets an opportunity. Let me just hit refresh over here. Once a month to give out memberships on their channel. They get about 10, or I say we get about 10. So let me go ahead and give you guys my 10 right now as appreciation for the channel, choosing to watch the channel, supporting the channel. There's the first 5. Kim got 1, T-Bird got 1, Lauren got 1, LaRue got 1, Breaking It Down with B got 1 as well. So that's the first 5. Now let me do the second 5. These are our August giveaways. Look at that. Look at me. It's Peef got 1, Heaven Sent received 1, Rashawn got the 3rd, Baba Booey got the 4th, and then Ali Pal got the 5th. All right, so all the memberships for the month of August have been distributed from the channel. Y'all have those, and we'll go from there. All right, now let me find Wendi in Georgia, because it's a long one. Like when I recorded it, like it came out to be like 2 hours long. I was like, all right, well, we can't do that. So there's not enough time to edit that down. But what we can do is watch Wendi and Charlie's case. What I thought was very interesting is Charlie's in jail. He's gotten convicted for this crime already and his part in it. And Donna is up right now. But Charlie had to look at his sister on the stand, and she had to face him. What was she going to say? So that's my other curiosity about Wendi's testimony this time is, how are you going to look your mother in the face, right? As you testify, you know? I noticed that during the opening argument, there wasn't a lot of mentioning from the defense team about Wendi specifically, right? So that is going to be interesting. But I did find it.
Everyone can be seated.
Let's check it out. We see Judge Everett blast from the past.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Donna Adelson.
Wendi's coming up. Here she is. Oh, I cannot wait to watch this with y'all. But while we do that, let me just grab one more super chat. Test with the 5 says, hey, AV, glad to be back with you on another trial. Me too. Me too, sis. Me too. It looks like she's trying to make a spelling correction. Let me go ahead and block somebody else. Okay, perfect. So somebody's a little bit critical of making fun of the crying, but it's okay. I mean, nobody's making fun of it. It's just not supposed to happen. But it is what it is. You know, it's okay. I accept that you guys have your opinions. All of that is fine. But at the same time, nobody is trying to be disparaging or evil over here. Like, we're literally calling it as we see it. If it wasn't a big problem, then the judge wouldn't have called her out on it. The judge himself called her out on it. So it is what it is. But sometimes, you know, I let y'all get crunk in the chat, but not too much, you know. Anywho, let's get back to this. And thank you so much, Tess, for that super chat.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say could be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. Mm-hmm. He did not get the job at University of Miami. And so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communication, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right. And do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
For those coming in, this is a replay. It's pinned to the top of the chat.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013, where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's been suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you thinking that?
He and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work, and then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point, so that was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E, references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice? Paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016. Sound right?
Wow. Talk to me about money. So I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but.
Mm-hmm. I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. I've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
Which ones?
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it.
For anybody popping in, court is on break until 1:15. So we're watching this replay from the last trial. Killing time, killing time. She also takes forever to look at things, so I'm going to skip through that.
All right, are those emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay, mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendi Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names, so they They've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address.
I always thought that was
So
weird.
It's from both of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kind of
but
scanned.
I can
And,
read it.
and what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Rauschenberg?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's 57. Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here, yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing, yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so 5 of, well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Gibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Gibbers?
Gibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Gibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Gibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when
that's what she
he was
called her
being
ex.
Pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face.
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said, yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Crickets.
Maybe, yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them. So it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right. And so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame, because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe
was it
2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right. And your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't think so.
Do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have... Strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie is going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay. So do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time? Before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page, well, I mean, not that reminder. 27. Let me get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes,
says, Ms. Adelson, you know, my parents are, you know, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, you know, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1. And that's going to be, yeah. Didn't you say, you know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or potentially someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. I mean, that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
Back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
That wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, you said lots of things.
All right. And you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Yes, they were.
Okay.
I bet you they were.
Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the file?
Before we get into that, I had to step away for a second, but shout out to Miss Kelly Applegate, okay? She gifted 10 memberships. Mabo got one, Chiba got one, Legally Diamond got one, Mal got one, Frederick, Don Q, Marco, Tanya, Nini. Look at that. OG Devious. I love it. Thank you so much. Kelly Applegate really, really supporting with this stream. Dropped a $50 super chat earlier. Now she's gifting out 10 memberships. Very, very sweet of you, Kelly. Thank you for all your support. You have been with me for years as well. So I really appreciate everything that you do for the channel and for the community. If you received a membership, please say thank you to Kelly. Let's jump back on in. It is, what time is it? It is 12:52 Eastern Standard Time. They're back in about 20 minutes and we'll keep it rolling with witness number 5 in the Donna Adelson trial.
In which Dan Markel is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff.
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markel is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and
he
that's
asked for her to
evidence
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread, and so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay, and when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57.
She reminds me of Jen McCabe. Can you show me where I said it? Look at that binder.
And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her, it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but
Did they result in a resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it. So I don't remember talking with her about
Amnesia just doesn't forget.
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Why Charlie about to laugh? Charlie, this is serious. It's a murder
Is it
case.
page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
What an immature man.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive, yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me to-
not in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment, she's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
Skip that. 12:56 Eastern Standard Time, guys, or 57 now. Court is back in about 18 minutes. So I'll keep you guys posted. Let's skip through this though.
Find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's
Oh my
nothing
God.
highlighted.
Okay, 176. My page. I didn't highlight it for you. Okay, just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
So you did say that.
So did you describe at least in one occasion being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning-
And had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
No, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm
If you
sure
know?
my mom would have said something to him.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right. What about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay. And specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church.
That is so wrong.
Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time.
She did, yes.
Okay. And did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less.
Look at this
if it was an act of defiance that would show Gibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. And Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened.
And this is the woman that was just in front of y'all crying. She's saying all that stuff about Nazis.
Happened, or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats.
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right. And around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe. You will? Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment. All right, you may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I asked moving evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, we're due back in about 8 minutes, guys.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement.
Mhm.
The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money. And so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal. And he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right, so you believe that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement? And he was in violation of the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the disclosures. Okay.
Insane.
All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338.
All right, let's get to the binder. 5 minutes till they're back from lunch.
Title, the caption of that filing.
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right. And when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And
I
you don't know
filed
what
this-
that means?
I mean, at the time I
Burn.
filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the
Okay.
document. Goes through 340.
Do you know what contempt means, lawyer Wendi?
Okay, I have it.
Okay. So What was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right, so Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't remember
that?
what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother, Charlie, that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
And we're 3 minutes out before lunchtime. I'm listening to it on another tab. So as soon as I hear them, we will switch back over to Donna's trial. But lunch is almost over. Just skip some of this.
We have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't really
independently.
remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years.
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379. I'm ask you what that document is.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay. And he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets
Go
from your
Dan.
financial affidavit.
Go Dan.
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And ask the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's what he
And-
said.
Okay. So again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Them is fighting words. This is why I like Georgia. No, but seriously, like Cindy is saying it here very well as well. Like you can hear the contentiousness of this divorce. There's money being stolen. I think Georgia gets to it, but we are, it's 1:15 right now. I'm just waiting for them to come back in the other courtroom and we will change the channel. But what is not being said is Wendi wiped out their bank accounts. She took like $150,000 from their joint bank accounts. And Dan was not backing down. Do you see how he's fighting back in these divorce proceedings? And he was winning a lot of things. Half of the time he won a lot of the things that the judge had ordered, meaning like the kids stayed in Tallahassee. That was a win for Dan. You know, threatening to sanction her and her attorneys because they're moving money and they're hiding it. Dan was pointing that stuff out. This guy died because he was trying to be a good father. It's really sad how you think about this family is treating him. Oh, thank you, Miss Jim Morrison. It was actually $350K. I knew there was a 50 in there, but a lot of money A lot of money was moved. So it's 1:15 right now, guys. Now 1:16. I do have my ear open for the other courtroom. As soon as they come back, we will jump back on in.
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement. So I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out.
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Turn up, Georgia.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother. And that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that, yes, sir.
Oh, I said that's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markel seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450.
Show me where.
Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name. Yeah. Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markel in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document. Yes.
And this was filed in court.
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am. Page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on this.
And that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
Ooh,
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
that was great.
It wasn't
Georgia.
even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was
Perfect.
killed.
That was amazing.
If is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion.
Mm.
And as I
that's a
mentioned
lie.
before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion. So I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe I
via
did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people.
Stop.
Your mom, Jeffrey Lacasse, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey
Got
Hugler,
him.
Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some
Georgia.
MHULNYC at yahoo.com.
Do y'all see why I
So
like
if you weren't worried
Georgia?
about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
She got her good with that one. She did. Wendy's playing games. She's like, oh no, my mom didn't know about this motion. Oh yeah? What about these 19 people you sent it to? Let's go through their names. She's good. She will walk people in a trap and let you fall in head first. Like, she's good. She's really good. That's why I was surprised that she didn't do the opening this morning. You know? So she lets Wendi play games. I'm gonna just dig this hole, and I'm gonna put a booby trap over it, and you're gonna fall in the hole. That's exactly what happened there. So I wanted to give you guys some flavor of how good Georgia is as a prosecutor. And on some of these cases, guys, we have been pro-defense. We've been pro-defense for a while, but a lot of people that have been following the Adelson case are pro-prosecution because it looks like Dan Markel was a good guy and the shenanigans started happening. Guys, shout out to my YouTube partner manager who's in the chat. Can y'all type in Fabricio? Just let him know, like, welcome to the shenanigans. Court is on a brief break. It is 1:24 Eastern Standard Time. They're on lunch right now. So we are watching footage from last year. As soon as they come back, we will be back. They were supposed to be back at 1:15. So they're about 10 minutes late so far, but this is exactly why she is like one of my favorite prosecutors. And I want to see her in action for this one.
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days.
All right, hold on. I hear some rumbling in the courtroom. They are back. Let's come back to present day time.
And I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. Yeah, Coach.
Okay.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, and when you replied March 28, 2011, it includes content in paragraph 3, which is a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and knowing that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says.
What? Donna? I want to hear that email.
Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendi made comments and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendi are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, Is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
Judge Everett looks skeptical. Is he gonna let these emails in? What do you guys think, chat? Does it come in? Put 1 if you think it'll come in. Put 2 if you think it'll stay out.
As it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
It's relevant, Judge. Goes toward motive.
What do we say, court of public
Not want
opinion?
these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession to murder. It's a expression of dislike. It just goes to the motive.
What do we think, chat? Judge Everett is really studying this one. Popping in. Hey, Lauren. Hey, Nick, established in 1989. Come on, Judge Everett, what are we doing? The ones have the majority. I think it's relevant. Donna has applied some lipstick. She stopped crying.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased.
The ones have it.
However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
It's coming in. It's coming in. Look at Donna. You just took an L, Donna. Oh, uh-oh. Stressed out. It's coming in.
Yes, we would ask for a limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it,
The ones have it.
Complaining that Danny and Wendi have to schlep the boys down to see his
Schlep.
parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
His family.
Yeah, stop calling him Danny.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kappelman,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
Come on, Georgia.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory. I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back the furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Are they both still standing?
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Jay, Michelle called it. When your defense attorneys, when your defense attorneys are both standing and they exhale, child, is not looking good.
I think that an instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny.
The scrambling, the scraping.
So again, I'm not sure. Obviously I disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm open to suggestions.
Be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
It's cut. Well, let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26.
Let's hear it.
Approach.
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the website that Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendi. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over
the tea
lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client, Wendi Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendi Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top, Judge. It's my fault.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
Forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's State's Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well.
Georgia, with the receipts.
What's the date on that?
Donna's selecting dates for Wendi. What? Judge Everett's like, really?
As to any questioning of Wendi Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
Come on, Georgia, you got this. You could do it. Get it in, Georgia.
Or the exception to hearsay is a statement of a party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in their children's lives, particularly their love lives, which directly relates to the motive for this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markel.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. That, you know, it's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendi Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendi Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, just on the wire, speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date, and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendi and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence.
What?
Rejection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
That is huge. All right. I know it was very hard to hear because the attorneys are not using their microphones. So real quick, we just got back from lunch. They were due back at 1:15. This started a few minutes ago. I think it was about like 5-10 minutes ago. And it looks like they are arguing a pretrial motion. And what that pretrial motion is to include a specific piece of evidence. What that evidence is a string of emails. These are emails between Wendi and Donna Adelson to show that Donna had control over, she had a lot of input in her children's lives as adults, including who they dated. In fact, Wendi and Dan, they matched on a dating website, but Donna had a role in picking Dan as Wendy's potential mate. That's what they're talking about. So Georgia had to produce the emails and show them to the judge so the judge could decide if those emails were going to come in. Now, it is said, and I told you guys about this earlier with Rob, Donna had an issue with selecting, people that Rob would date. I don't know if she was that into Charlie's life because Charlie was doing all types of drugs and stuff in Miami. It was crazy. But for Wendi, she had a role in selecting that. Now, what the judge is saying, because the challenge was, is this information relevant? Georgia is saying, yes, it is. The defense team is saying, and they both stood up, and that's when the exhale happened. They said, no, it's not. Because also in that email thread, it shows that there's some issues with Dan's parents who are sitting in the crowd right there. Okay, you have Dan's mother and father there, and they have had some contentiousness since Dan's passing with the Adelson family. It hasn't been easy for them to have access to the children, to see the children after Dan's death. They threatened to call DYS. Why? Because they lived in Canada. And if Wendi got arrested along with everybody else in her family, they wanted to make sure that these kids were going to be in good hands, or at least in a safe place if they needed to travel from Canada down to the United States to retrieve them, right? Next of kin type of thing. So the whole thing is a mess, but it sounds like Judge Everett is going to allow this evidence to come in. And it might have to come in through Wendi to see if the mother, if Donna here, had control over romantic interests or potential suitors for her children. So that is interesting, but it looks like it is a partial win. The defense wants a limiting jury instruction, and it sounds like they're working through all that. Now, we are moving on to witness number 5 as soon as they finish arguing this motion. But for those that could not hear, I just wanted to give you a quick explainer on what was happening.
All these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendi Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this. I believe it's 64W, an email dated June 27th, 13. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for Your Honor.
Okay. What? What are we talking about?
It's page 2 of that email. I'll give you 1 and 2. Second page.
Who said that, Donna or Wendi?
2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph. Mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever Your Honor thinks on that one, Judge.
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
If in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Sorry, I was muted. So in another email thread, and I was saying Donna's a piece of work, she is describing another judge as a Southern black lady. Now, it could be perceived in certain ways. That's why I wanted to really rewind and hear that. But again, this is another example of how fair Judge Everett can be, because he's thinking about the jury. He's thinking about the jury when it comes to Donna's tears, and he's also thinking about the jury members. If there are 12 people in the box, and now we know, and he just said it, that 2 are of African American descent. So we know that we have 2 jury members that are from the Black community, but he is going to choose to redact it because he does not want them to hear that portion of the statement, but the statement is still coming in. They're probably going to wonder why, but at least we know, watching at home, what that statement's all about.
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015. I believe what's referenced here is 64HH.
That's a good point, Miss Jim Morrison. That's a very good point. Had it on the slides in the opening statement.
This email is an email regarding Wendi moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location. So the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on. But the idea is that there was no fear for Wendi's safety. That email is dated
7/15, I believe, is the last date in the chain.
Thank you.
If you have to start the foundation for with one witness but enter at a later point, that is certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendi Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at myrealestate.com.
That's not what we're given.
Measure of exhibit to the test.
Please do.
Okay, looks like they have some brief conferring, but I do have a little bit of TiVo time for us. So let me skip.
Now that we've been handed, it's
Okay, looks like the judge is also reviewing something.
email that we've been handed. It's April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendi moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm gonna ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. But if they're being actively extorted under threat to their lives, one would expect and would inquire about such a thing.
You may lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be
Another win.
established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I am going to find evidence that demonstrates defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with those. We had many motion hearings in this matter. We continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
Oh,
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections and then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed was completely discombobulated, not in data order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by.
I think she's discombobulated.
You know, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste any years' times. At this point, we're 30 minutes behind where it should have been. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016. And it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Georgia.
Probative value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
George is like, George is here. We're talking about Georgia, the prosecutor. Similar names, George. Come on, Judge Everett. What say you? I think it should come in. All of it. All of it, really. These email strings are interesting.
Compliment again, the purposes of being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing is her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Councilman, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so at the presence of the jury.
Another win.
This one is seeming a bit attenuated.
He let them all in.
In commenting on how the child is said.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Sir, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father, stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may I approach.
Okay.
This will be the first thing. I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as soon as they come back in.
So cooked, Pedro. Pedro. Oh my God, it's going down. This is not looking good.
Sorry, Judge, I handed them the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to circle back to that. With that, stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64 I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Yes, sir, I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendi here. I'm sorry, from Wendi to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendi Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markel. So I would ask to admit it based on the statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendi Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered.
That one's amazing. All right. Wow. 1:52. We're a few minutes behind. I can skip ahead for us.
I are offered, the limited instruction will be given.
Okay. Let us skip ahead. Jury's filing back in.
The jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Craig Isom.
Ooh, this is one. Okay, this is an important witness. I picked this as one of my top picks. This is a firearms expert. So it looks like we're going to get all law enforcement today.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
He has testified before, I believe.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, CRAIG ISOM.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes.
including his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
When and where did you approach Wendi Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 15 minutes after the shooting.
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right. And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendi Adelson.
Okay.
And I had a badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other two individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on. They were still at the daycare, and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendi Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No,
Any Miranda rights read?
no,
Any use of force at all?
no,
She was not detained or under arrest?
no,
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
no,
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
no,
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
no.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
They had gone through it, and were still fighting in a contentious divorce
I'm going to show
regarding
you
child custody.
with child custody.
Including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A.
What you got, Georgia? What are you bringing?
Opportunity to review this exhibit before today.
Binder.
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendi Adelson and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right. And did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to a witness testifying.
Come on, Catman.
Rule the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of
Oh,
these
Judge Everett.
proceedings, did Wendi Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Staying the answer to the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
Cat lawyer's going to cross him.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
That will be our first cross all day.
Yes.
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Oh, here we go.
I believe that's what Ms. Catwoman is doing right now. Overruled.
He's losing.
Move into evidence, State 60, Your Honor.
Cat lawyer is getting antsy. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, I mean, this lawyer's smile just reminds me of the cat from Alice in Wonderland. I don't know why. It just does. They had a brief little sidebar, was it? I do have a little bit of TiVo time. There she is, the queen pin grandma. Let me skip ahead. Some of you guys are calling her gangster granny. It's a pretty long sidebar. You have Ruth Markel there, Dan Markel's mother. Family support in the crowd. All right, we now might be in current time with everyone else. Yes, we are now live with everyone else, guys. So brief little sidebar. Cat lawyer is getting a little bit antsy there. And I believe that this is going to be our first cross-examination of the day. This is witness number 5, Craig Isom from Tallahassee Police Department. I believe he was one of the lead investigators. I just don't want to say that incorrectly, so I'll clarify that as we wait, guys. But Donna's defense attorneys have gone up with the prosecution to talk to the judge about this line of questioning. Now, someone put this in chat, which I thought was interesting. Donna's lawyer, Jackie, was forced to retire as a judge in Florida. That is the woman that Jackie is an attorney that did the opening statement this morning. It says because she was accused of corruption and her excuse was that she was mentally disabled. I'm shocked she's still licensed by the bar. I mean, we saw those motions that were argued about 10 minutes ago. And I noticed even this morning when she was standing, there seems to be some type of physical impairment with her leg or something along those lines. But I did not know this. So thank you to whoever had mentioned this in the chat, because that is interesting information. So we'll see what happens there. But Donna is not crying at this point. There's always something with the case, guys. Always something. And, you know, Mr. Isom here has spent, I think he said he was on the force for 28 years. Initially, when they were looking at Wendi, they weren't looking at her as a suspect. But Wendi has extensive interview footage with the police. She was there without an attorney and was answering many questions. They also had Wendi's car. We saw that with 2 witnesses ago, witness number 3 from the police department as well. Wendi's car was taken to the police department, and that is the image where, if you remember, you saw, I think it was a whiskey bottle or bourbon or something along those lines. Wendi was invited to a Stock the Bar party. So on the morning of the murder, she was at her house getting her TV repaired, and then she was going to meet some friends for lunch. On her way to the lunch, she stopped, got some gas, allegedly, but also went to the liquor store to get this bottle. And when Wendi's car was processed at the police department, that bottle was in the front seat along with the receipt. And I believe the purchase was made somewhere midday, so somewhere around noon, right? So this is a rather long sidebar. This might have been one of the longest sidebars we've seen all day, and we're only on witness number 5. So my projection, maybe this will be a longer witness, because we finally have the defense attorneys up and alive, ready to object and ask questions. What I love about Judge Everett compared to the last case, we can just do a quick comp to Beverly Cannoni, is up here in Massachusetts, you would hear objections, but you wouldn't have to state your basis. We are now in court in Florida, and these attorneys have to state their basis, and the judge makes a decision right then and there. So overruled or sustained. So they have to say objection, no foundation, objection, hearsay, right? So we heard 2 of those so far. When they say lack of foundation, that means, hey, you know, where's this information coming from? Is there any evidence that has been moved in to support it? We don't have that yet. Notice that Judge Everett has overruled the preliminary objections we've received so far. Some judges, what they'll do is they'll have a conversation during sidebar, like what they're doing right now, to eliminate some of those objections if they hear them coming on. Judge Whitaker in the YSL trial was pretty good at that, even though, I mean, there would be days where we would have Miss Love, the prosecutor in that case, object like 50 times per attorney. It was crazy. So every judge manages their courtroom a little bit differently. And I really do like the way that Judge Everett is managing this case so far. Even this morning when Donna was crying, and you guys saw it, unfortunately, I did have to block somebody in chat, but Judge Everett did check her on the crying. Like, hey, we're going to talk about this early on now, but we're not doing it like that. Now they're standing. So something, usually when they stand, that means the jury's coming in and out. If they are leaving, I wonder what's going on. This is going to be crazy. It's a good question, Courtney. Why was Wendi not an immediate suspect? It's an excellent question. All right. We got sound. What's happening?
Please be seated. What's that? You can step down, Mr. Isom. Please step outside the courtroom.
Uh-oh, something happened. The witness and the jury's out. Yeah, what just happened there?
All right. At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, because we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look for that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communication in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does the defense need to look through concerning these exhibits?
He is not playing with them. I like Judge Everett. He's standing saying this to the defense team. All right, here's what they're doing. I pulled up the rule of evidence real quick. He's objecting, saying that there's a lack of laying a foundation. And really what that is Rule 602, the need for personal knowledge when it comes to the evidence that's being talked about. So it says a witness may testify to the matter only if evidence is introduced sufficient to support a finding that the witness has personal knowledge of the matter. This is the lead investigator, and he has personal knowledge because he investigated the case. Evidence to prove personal knowledge may consist of the witness's own testimony. This rule does not apply to witnesses' expert testimony under Rule 703. That last part doesn't apply in this situation. But remember, when he was talking about lack of foundation, it has to come in a specific way. Coming in through the lead investigator is completely fine. But Judge Everett was annoyed because they were supposed to come back from lunch at 1:15. We didn't start. The jury didn't come back until 1:45. This is day one of the trial. So if the defense team doesn't have all their ducks in a row, and this is why I like him, he stops everything and he's like, you know what? If you have any other issues, get it together right now, because we're not going to keep them. We have had these people all week for a jury selection. Now it's Friday. You guys are still not ready. We don't need to be doing this right now. So I do appreciate that he really takes care of the judge's time, or sorry, the jury's time. Let's go back in.
Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
How amazing is this after the Karen Reed judge?
Just a moment.
That's right. They did talk about this. We've had several pretrial hearings. All of this should have been raised then. Look at Donna. Judge Everett's like, I'll wait. We'll wait. That might actually be the next merch. We'll wait. Hashtag we'll wait. He really is a breath of fresh air, Chad. Even Donna's looking at him like, we'll wait. Standing on business, Lee. That is very great to see. Hashtag, I'll wait. He is really annoyed, Jamie. Good to see you. Judge is like, all right, we're gonna wait. You can type, you can go through your binders. I think he's trying to minimize the amount of objections. But I do like that he's not wasting the jury's time. That's huge. We were supposed to have, he said, 3 witnesses for the afternoon, and we're kind of stuck on this one. So if we don't move past Isom, we can start the day on Monday. They really should, Miss Jim Morrison. Mrs. And put some respect on your name. Get his face. This is interesting.
Your Honor, subject to our objection concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Isom, Wendi Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Georgia. That's a good one, Bernice. That's a great idea.
I plan to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I have not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you
What a mess.
requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
Don't. Come on.
No.
It's a 4th
I
trial.
think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that, and we'll move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communication
Oh,
or
come
actions in
on.
his pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery,
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we can tie up later and move on right now?
Oh,
you
no.
can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Oh, no.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well, please bring the jurors up.
He's not playing with them. He's about to send the jury
Please
members
direct
home.
Detective Isom to come back in and take the stand.
Whew.
Detective Isom, come back in.
Yeah, I really hoped that they weren't going to end for the day. Because if like to do that right now, to go through every single piece of paperwork that comes in through this detective, and this detective is not prepared for that. George is not prepared for that. And George is like, hey, I complied with all of the court rules. The defense has a problem right now. Right now. So that's tough. She looks, yeah, Georgia looks stressed out now. Who is that young man right there? Reserved for the defense. Who is that young man? Anybody have intel on that? Oh my God, Bev would have totally been like, oh, it's 2 o'clock. It's time to go to the Cape.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
Thank you, Judge. Approach with State's Exhibit 64. You recognize State's 54?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are the emails, I believe. I believe these are from Wendi Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendi Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendi Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? For the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is. Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendi.
Okay.
And it's
what is-
CC'd to another individual.
Okay. And what does Wendi do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection?
First of all, lack foundation, and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Copeland.
I knew he was going to do that.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, then object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take you out.
Oh God, he's going to send them home for the day. He's going to send them home for the day. I can see it. He's pissed. Shout out to Petty Betty LaBelle real quick. $50 super chat for the watch. We're about to watch Judge Everett get pissed off. Thank you, Petty Betty.
Investigator Isom, if you could step down, please, sir. So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items that the state is seeking
Turn
to
up.
admit today,
Turn up.
are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA,
What?
my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts
You're
of
kidding.
64 is the
You're
defense
kidding.
objecting to?
Oh, this is not good. This is not good, Chad. This is not good for the cat lawyer. The scrambling. The scraping. The cat smile is gone.
The foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendi Adelson.
Well, let's get any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room. Please look through it.
He is pissed at the defense. That smile is gone. Hashtag we'll wait. Oh, what a bad first day. What do you guys think? Is he gonna send him home?
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
Exhibit 55.
I think we stipulated that.
Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Are there any objections by the defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items?
This is so embarrassing.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Embarrassing for the defense.
89 Premiere video clips, 90 bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
So that means stop objecting. Papa Everett, I love that. We're calling him Papa Everett. He looked like a granddad that would just beat your ass when you're young. Like, he just look at you like that if you're running around as a toddler, not being nice. Imagine being at a restaurant and this is your granddad and you are 2 years old and you wiggle out of your mom or dad's arms and you start running around. He just look at you like that. Okay. I had a granddad that gave looks like that. This is not a good day for Donna. It's not a good start. We're on witness number 5. We already got shenanigans. So they're waiting for the jury to come back. Georgia is ready. She just went through the evidence list. And when she says these things are certified, that means that they are certified copies. They're authentic. They're real. There's no shenanigans. The defense has them. So if you really re-listen to that, they only had issues with these emails. But at this point,
As to AA, whichever portion of the foundation you're capable of laying with the detective, you can at least start it with them. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it. or without any other witnesses.
And honestly, I understand his frustration. This man has been testifying. The lead detective has only been on the stand for like less than 10 minutes. Jury has been put out twice. Is he cracking his knuckles? I told y'all, Papa Everett. He's cracking his knuckles. You heard. Hold on, chat. Let's go back. Did you hear that? I ain't never seen a judge do that before. Bernice, tell him. He is cracking his knuckles up there. You can hear it. It's so crazy. Oh, man. That is a meme, Lee. When you get a judge to look at you like this and start cracking his knuckles, you're done. Donna, stop crying now.
Please bring back in the jurors.
Oh, man. All right, I think I got some TiVo time. Let me skip this. Look at his face. He's pissed. All right, I'm all out. We are live with everybody else. There is a young man in the front row. He wasn't there this morning, but he is now behind Donna. I don't know if that's one of Dan's kids or maybe another young man in the family. We just don't have firm confirmation. I'll check with some of the reporters on the scene. There's a few places I follow for local news reporters. That's how I was keeping track yesterday, actually.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
Isom, you, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendi Adelson's Google search warrant?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court.
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death.
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children.
Why not?
Because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that grandma says you're stupid. Grandma says she hates you.
Oh, he's doing good.
Also, please do not read from any document that has not been admitted.
At this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA.
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning states 64, it will be admitted except for part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Okay. Whew. All right.
In your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, used any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendi.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time.
Oh, there's a giggle.
Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M.
Over it.
I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendi, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
A major fucker?
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendi?
It is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes.
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
Yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes.
So this is done after the court's ruling.
Correct.
Relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay. What does she suggest?
This lady.
She suggests that the children between Wendi and Dan start attending, or her at least the ruse of them going to Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct.
Turn up.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes.
Draw your attention to tab W.
This is getting good. This is the best part of the day.
What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes,
Did he have a life insurance policy?
he did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from the second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendi Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
Jeez.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
George is so confident here. So is he. They've been through this so many times.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. States 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, States 89.
Any objection? There you are. States 89 is admitted.
All right, let's look at this evidence.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the
I
gym?
believe it was 9:11,
sound right?
9:11, yes.
We're talking about AM. So you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Gieger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym. And even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right. So the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you. Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door. Same car.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And is-
green Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Gieger.
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
And then
Who's
yeah.
that in the blue circle?
That's
Yeah.
Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
So they went to go lay and wait in the cut.
That's him in the red shirt.
That's correct. It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
Oh man, that's hard to watch. It's your last day on earth. Last thing he did was work out.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct. Yes, it's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction. And it's the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
This is really creepy.
Yep.
Damn, look, they almost got clipped by another car. And remember, the shooters are inside of that Prius.
Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. I think it
Okay.
says 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the premiere of the same door he came in. I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
All right, Dan's leaving there.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
So he finished his workout. He's going back to the car.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry.
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
There he is backing out.
Where's that?
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
backside. See it?
Oh, that's so creepy.
Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it was a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and State's Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish States 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please.
That's clever.
The time on this, 10:44 a.m.
Correct.
Is that right?
actually pretty cool that they got surveillance.
What is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No.
That would have saved you a lot of trouble,
A lot
wouldn't it?
of time, yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this.
This is really cool that we're watching it from a bus's vantage point.
Okay, now can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand. We found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road?
Yes.
The way he turned.
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:40, no, 10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But
Okay.
See, and also pay attention to how detailed this lead detective is. This is like his 4th or 5th time testifying on this case. He knows it backwards and forwards. So does Georgia.
Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well,
than that.
this bus now, this is a different bus, same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road.
Oh, they got another bus.
Based on the time, this bus is northbound. The shooting has already happened. And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly, you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited.
He's hyped.
On the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a solid black shirt or upper top.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Miss Jim Morrison, for confirming that. Mrs. I keep saying miss. I'm sorry.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants.
And here is where we find out that it's Sigfredo and Luis. The Latin Kings.
All right. What are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle, the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower
tolls
bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the SunPass transponder. So we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right. So what do we do to try to track down the SunPass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the SunPass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a SunPass, and I was overwhelmed with, there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
Well, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay. And is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
Thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75 from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything with in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, Then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation. And I explained to them what I had. I said, we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009, silver pine mica, not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County. And there was only one Prius. And that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Save Gas? Word? Oh, because it was an eco car.
Did law enforcement go to Save Gas in
did.
Miami?
Yes.
Was there any documentation discovered at that business related to the rental of this vehicle?
There was.
67. Let's approach and show you what I marked as state 67. Recognize state 67.
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Moving to evidence state 67, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about the people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there? Rented the vehicle.
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes.
Is that the number listed right here?
Yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th, though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I'm marking as states at 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
These people, they got tickets
on the way to Tallahassee.
going to commit a murder.
No, it was a different car. This was on a different, this was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
It's mouse time.
Recognize this exhibit?
I do.
This is sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move into evidence states 55.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
Fixing the audio booster because I refreshed, so it is going to get a little bit louder, just letting you guys know.
Okay, well, we'll work on that too.
Look who's at the top. Donna.
All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was 570.
I got
That was on
two
the rental.
phones.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Were you able to establish any link through people between the two that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses.
The baby mama.
Best understanding.
Wait, spouses?
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 Same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right. So initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right. So this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay. And was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right. And did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but
another
post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn
Harvey.
what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes.
He has a
she was
permanent-
clerical, and
He has a permanent frown. Like, I've never seen a frown like that before. That is a serious frown.
kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanua's employment?
We did.
All right. Tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County in Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanua, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
What was it, regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes.
Was Ms. Magbanua present when you entered the building?
No.
Did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanua was.
Wow.
The other person that came up to the front, she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanua and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
Right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanua?
No,
Any employment application,
no,
schedule,
no,
timesheet,
nope,
W-2 forms, or tax filing records?
nope,
Any
Well, damn.
performance evaluations?
none.
So only the checks.
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanua on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
Right. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks
concluded. Okay.
According to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but it's
Not the
fair to
bump.
say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson,
All of them?
everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that Magbanua was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service offsite for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No,
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
that's correct.
When was Catherine Magbanua arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016,
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. Magbanua was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Uh-oh.
Because lack of relevance, not to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
Scotland, please lay the
That's his
foundation
first
of
win.
in this trial. Overruled.
And he lost.
Yes, sir.
So so let me back up. So while Ms. Magbanua was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, Magbanua, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. Magbanua?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
What I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other
Katie's
players
already
in this.
convicted. She's in jail for
And
this.
so I told Ms. Kawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
There's
Uh-oh.
relevance. This is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So you speak to Kwas, and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right. Cross time. First cross of the day. Let's go, cat lawyer. Let's do it. Donna's team. This is the first time we are hearing from them. Let's go. Donna wrote the checks. That's right. Oh, yeah. Take a big swig of that, sir. You're going to need it. You are going to need it. Are you ready? He's ready. He's bringing his binder and a notebook.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continue to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
The lead.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned.
Yes.
Obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct?
Mm,
You started getting them in July.
yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendi Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach.
well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida.
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanawa, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanawa, or you see Katie Magbanawa's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendi said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where do you have?
Put a poll up for y'all to see how he's doing throughout this. It is strange that Harvey and Donna shared an email address.
Mr. Isom, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
What type of weak ass
You also
question was that?
testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendi as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as a custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendi didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanua from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee.
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanua.
And when Miss Magbanua was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number was he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. If I can it was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanwa's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanwa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did
No,
you?
sir.
Okay.
I get what he's doing, but I don't know if it's landing well. I see what he's trying to do, but I just, I don't know.
Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion,
yes,
and you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that
defense
testified
technology
between my client and her mother.
Let's look at the emails. The defense team is using technology chat. Wow. Go, Donna.
I just if we needed to take a break.
He's so squirrely. Are you going to answer him?
I'm going to show you 64EE. Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna.
Also, sidebar, guys, I always keep up, breaking news updates for the legal world. Ghislaine Maxwell's audio and transcript has just been leaked from the DOJ. Just saying. That should be interesting.
Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendi. The sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from DonnaHarvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
He's like Hank in the damn binder.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from Harvey, DonnaHarvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV Friday, July 18th between 8 and 12.
Oh, let's talk about the TV.
My client's not dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one becomes available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Not the projector again.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
That's it. Georgia. He sat up for Georgia. He's like, let's clean this up. He really didn't do much.
Defense pointed out, hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? DonnaHarvey@gmail.com. Some of these are signed dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
He said it fast.
4 of the exhibit. Just a moment. States Exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
Oh, some are
this
both.
One,
Look at dad, the permanent frown. Turn the smile upside down.
all right, so we've got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Okay. That's it for the lead investigator.
Will he be retained? You may recall at some point in the trial, there's a main contact with Richard. What's that? Am I under the rule? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are we done?
Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Oh, they want to keep going. All right, so let's talk, chat. That was witness number 5, the lead investigator in the case. I'm surprised they didn't spend the whole day with him. It just ended, tail end of the day. We could probably fit in 2 more witnesses. That was 5, Craig Isom, Tallahassee Police Department. Witness number 6, we'll see who we have. But maybe they talk about scheduling before they leave.
Everyone can be seated. Just a reminder for the gallery, while the testimony is taking place, if you step outside of the courtroom, you'll need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete. We will resume at 3:50.
Damn, he's only giving them 5 minutes. 3:50. Okay, so it seems like they have the next witness locked and loaded up. Let's talk about Mr. Isom here. He spent 25 years on the Tallahassee Police Department. A couple great things came out. 1, we looked at if Wendi was going to be a suspect. 2, the next thing that came in was the divorce filings and how they went back and forth, and that it was contentious. The police were looking at that, pulled the file, right? Next, these emails. We had those motions, right? Right after lunchtime where we couldn't figure out if these emails were going to come in or if they weren't going to come in. They ultimately came in. It's strange when you have a joint email address. I think a few of you guys in chat saying that they were, you might have your parents switch, not switching, but sharing email addresses too. Maybe when email came out, that became a thing. But Donna and Harvey, you know, they work very closely together. Harvey is a dentist and their son is a dentist as well. Charlie, not anymore because now he's incarcerated in jail for life. But before that, all of these people worked in a practice. Donna's job at the practice was to sign the checks, to do the bookkeeping and the accounting. Something that also came up on this direct and cross-examination was Katie McBanoa, who's also in jail for life for this murder because she and Charlie dated. Her baby daddy's baby daddy was a part of the duo that was in the Prius to hunt Dan down at the gym, follow him, and ultimately commit the murder, right? So we have all of that happening. Now, with these emails, it is interesting because sometimes they're signed mom, sometimes they're signed dad. The defense attorney thought he was starting a fire. He thought he was warming up, and it just didn't really happen. So it didn't land well. I'll be honest about that. I don't think it was as effective as he intended it to be. Now, we learned a few things. Donna emails Wendi because since the motions are coming in, and she calls Dan many expletive names that she is going to continue to do throughout the trial. The first one was, he is a major fucker. Sorry, if you have children around, earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs, children. And that happened after the relocation was denied. When the relocation was denied, that means in this divorce, a judge found that a relocation is not good in the best interest for the children. It was denied. Donna is still trying to find ways to wiggle around what a judge already ordered for convenience for her and her family. So she decides to give Dan this $1 million offer. And ultimately, it seems like Dan didn't want it because at the time of his death, I didn't know this, but he was valued at $2.7 million. And that comes with life insurance, pension, the house stuff, 401k, his estate. He was also going to donate to his law school. How nice is that? With $60,000. And then to benefit from this, Wendi would have received $4,800 monthly on behalf of the kids. So you have that. Really cool thing about this investigation, I never thought about this, never saw it, is that you can use footage from buses, from city buses, to track people, which is pretty cool. So it was interesting to see this detective talked about that. Been on the force for 25 years and 6 years as a detective. So that was interesting. They also use a Sun Pass, which is that toll system, like the transmitter, to see where this car came from. Why did it come from Miami all the way up to Tallahassee? We saw the gym footage. So Dan's very last day on this earth, going to the gym and these people tracking him, all of that stuff. The rental was eventually tracked back to Miami from a rental place. And we went from there. Now, cross-examination started. It was a little slow. They talked about the email addresses. Did Donna was she the one that received any money or sent any money? Her signature's on those checks. That's a hurdle that this defense team is going to have to get in front of. At the end of the day, she signed the checks from the Adelson Institute. Did Harvey know? He had to have known, but if she's keeping the books, that's another question. Next, we talked about Katie Magbanawa getting the checks, although she's not an employee at the dental practice. Donna was signing those checks to this woman, Katie Magbanawa, who doesn't work there. Georgia asked, like, okay, investigator, when you were trying to figure out if Katie worked there, what steps did you take? How did you find out if she was employed at this dental practice? He says, I called the front desk. I talked to the person at the front desk. They didn't even know who Katie was. If it is a small family-run practice, you will know who works there and who doesn't. Defense attorney tried to come up and say, was there an employment manual? Was there a written job description? Was there any of that? We didn't see any of that, right? He's basically trying to paint the picture that the conclusion is that she was not employed there, right? That's why he asked those type of questions. I saw what he was doing. We see through it. Shout out to Darryl Brooks. We see through it. Next, it was interesting. This came up on Direct with Georgia, that they got a call from Katie's attorney. And then a few minutes later, they get a call from Charlie's attorney. And they had been in communication with this as far as who's going to cooperate, who's not, who's going to say what. I know that stuff was still going on. And he focused on that. But I think it kind of, because as I was taking notes, it kind of went over my head a little bit. I don't think he asked effective questions to really have that point stick with the jury. It didn't really make sense. So I don't know where he was going with that. And then he talked about the grandmother motion and if the detective had legal training and if he knew the effect or impact of the grandmother motion. And it's like, does the jury even know what the grandmother motion is? Do they? Are you laying this out properly where there's no question about what these things are? How does it help Donna? This is your first bite at the apple on cross-examination, and we are on witness 5. Opening statements this morning. Lots of law enforcement folks today. 3:54 Eastern Standard Time. I think they're going to go until 5. They took a 5-minute break and said that they would be back at 3:50. It is 3:54. Let me just come to a few. I think we caught a majority of our super chats, but I think a few people popped in. Shout out to Candy, who became a member. Welcome, Candy. I know you're not new over here, but it's always amazing when you guys renew or reinvest in the community. Good to see you. Shout out to Deshonda, been with me for 15 months, sis. She says, are they going to bring up the fact that Donna cut her oldest son off? Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Because he married a woman they didn't approve of. Also talked about that earlier. More control freak behavior. Yes, this is with all of the kids. I think I talked about this, Deshonda. You might have just missed it. Maybe like 10 minutes before you had dropped this membership thing. And for those that are new members, one thing that you can do to celebrate your monthly milestones is you do have a super chat that looks just like this. It's completely free with your membership, but you and any chat can leave your thoughts and comments, and I will read them aloud on the stream. Petty Betty LaBelle, thank you so much for the $50 super. I caught that earlier, and she said for the watch. Great to see you. Thank you so much, Petty Betty. Chris West, good to see you too with the 5. Says, love this judge. Auntie Bev needs to learn from him. Yes, Judge Everett is amazing. And notice that we could have had a flurry of objections, But the judge put this defense attorney's feet to the fire. He said, listen, we're not going to do this. A lot of this should have been resolved in pretrial motions or pretrial hearings, and they were not. So unless you have something very significant to object to right now, we're going to keep that in check. And honestly, since Judge Everett checked him and started cracking his knuckles on the stand, Papa Everett, okay, there was only one objection. Maybe two. I think it was really one firm one. And I thought he was going to win it because at first it was sustained and then Judge Everett changed his mind and said overruled. So for Donna to have 5 witnesses, opening arguments, all of that stuff, it's not looking pretty good. And again, there are people that are pro Donna and believe that she's innocent. I don't know how, when she was literally booking a flight, got an emergency visa to Vietnam, even the judge is like, stop playing games, stop crying in front of this jury, like, stop. There are people that are pro Donna. And if you're pro Donna, that's okay. Innocent until proven guilty. But at the same time, the opening argument was so short. I can't wait, guys, to be able to do a recap of today for you. But it looks like they are back. Thank you so much, Chris West. Also celebrating Crystal Justice.
While she's working on the jury, I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
I believe the cabinet just brought it up because there might have been a discussion while I was at the room.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to some.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm referring to the divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted with the only exception being AA for right now.
That was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
hers.
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You were certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I believe the objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case. And with that ruling, I mean, obviously we like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete as to State 60, it's not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able,
Luis!
in the presence of the jury,
Luis is
conduct a
here.
hearing regarding the foundation and
Luis,
entirety of that
chat.
exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
Chat, that's our next witness.
Sure, I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have
Chat.
clarification on what I was working on.
Chat, listen, this is big. One of the hitmen is the next witness, okay? Luis Rivera. Here's the thing. I've heard that this man is like really close to completing his bid and is about to get out of jail because he's been cooperating, might accept a plea deal, things like that, rumbling on the street. Luis! What? On the first day?
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have
Tato!
Mr. Rivera brought in?
Tuto and Tato.
Want to have him seated before we bring him
You can bring in Rivera first.
Chat. He's coming in. one of the people that helped pull the trigger, Luis, one of the Latin kings. Is this the baby daddy? I think this might be the baby daddy. If he is here on day one, this trial's gonna move faster than I thought. He's gonna come in the belly chains. They had to go get him from the tank. This is not the baby daddy. Thank you, Jay. Here he is, Luis. He got a cut. You could hear it. Look at the tattoos, the chest tattoos. Luis. And he gives us the tea, chat. So if we have this for the next hour, he does look like Irv. He looks just like Irv Gotti. Oh my God. What do we call them? The Fulton County Blues? The Leon County Blues. I want to see what he has to say about Donna.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Here we go, chat.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luis Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this
And
sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak out, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One more, Mr. Rivera.
What was
I
your
turned it up too,
sentence
y'all.
on second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling
Telling on who?
my co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No,
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
no, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then, when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendi.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendi could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about them. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was told it was be like 100, something like that.
Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Exactly.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Ay, ay, ay.
Please silence your phones.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Secretary Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
The objection states 44. No objection. Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Oh,
You
Jessica.
there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
What?
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
I'm sorry, that was loud. That was loud, guys. Listen, this is why people like Luis. He just said, was Katie with Charlie and Sigfredo at the same time? He said, yeah, both. Let's run that back. Let's run that back for the cheap seats in the back. One more time. Oh my God. Luis, one more time to T.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck.
Oh my God, you just told on
Garcia
yourself.
rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
You just
Okay,
told
and did
on
you take
yourself.
the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
He
and
said,
did he have the
shit.
paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
Yo.
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my
And
God.
was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
Look at the defense team. They don't know what to do.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Okay. How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit.
Shit. Every time he needs to remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Shit.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Oh my God.
We was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Why? Yo. Oh my God. You can't make this up, chat. I want to go back to the YSL trial right now. Bring me back to Woody. What is this? You shot the gas line in the Prius that your ass, you rented. It's under your name. And you have a, I can't. What's wrong with, what is this? What is this? Okay. Breathe, AV, breathe. We can get through this. All right, Chad, let's go back in.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay. But he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
It's the car started stopping little by little. It just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia? Or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendi.
You think Wendi talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he
Man.
was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
Man.
And when you say Wendi, did you know who Wendi was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was.
He just said Wendi told him. Wendi got Tato and Tuto to go and commit this murder. Listen, Holmes, Tato and Tuto, they got in the car. They got in the Prius the first time. They shot the floor. They shot the floor and they said the first time we're not doing this because of the kids. Then Tato and Tuto came back. They came back.
Lady was that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markel? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
Yo.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
Got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right. Who threw it in the ocean
Holmes.
somewhere?
He did.
All right. Was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42.
Oh, we got pictures on deck, Georgia.
38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
That's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish states, introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Shit. Now we got evidence.
Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Shit. Facial recognition.
41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video.
Absolutely.
Tato en tutto. He went to the ATM to get the dinero.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Wow.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magvanoa?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
Okay. And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
Okay. So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
This whole thing is wild. It's so crazy.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
Oh, I was in a barbershop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. They I think my baby mama called me.
Oh, well, shit.
They
All
came to
right.
my house.
All right.
Katie and Garcia brought them.
I was in a barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
Tell it.
All right. And do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No.
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it.
Absolutely.
And she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was stapled.
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay, stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Bands to make it dance.
Stapled into bundles
Bands.
of $1,000 each.
Yes,
Bands.
ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
46 and 47. Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to the defense.
What's next? Is it a picture?
They're admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
These ninjas.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that
What?
one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the murder?
I'm sorry, guys, but this is the ratchetest part of this trial. They committed this hit, and the first thing they did with their bread, they go and get that blue car, who we are now going to name Blue Magic, okay, and a Honda motorcycle. And that's what? That's Tuto. Tuto, that's what Tuto bought. Tato bought a motorcycle too. You know what Katie bought? Katie bought some boobs. We're going to talk about that in a second. Katie bought some boobs. This case is so ratchet on the low.
Money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47. What about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136. Is it?
So eager. He's like, absolutely, get me out of jail.
I have marked as States Exhibit 136. recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice
Absolutely.
on the particular call that reference?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence.
Absolutely. Whatever you need, Holmes, trying to get out of jail.
136, Linda.
You should have saw her crying earlier, K Queen.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
This trial is interesting. This is my favorite part of the day. This and Judge Everett cracking his knuckles. It's like my favorite part of the day.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
He has knowledge of his own actions.
Go back.
Answer the question.
Okay, we wilding out, though.
To do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overall, he has knowledge of his own actions and what he was thinking at the time. Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that. Yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Yo.
Nothing further.
Oh.
Examination.
Oh, is it the lady? Is she doing the cross? Who's doing a cross on this one? Is it the cat lawyer? You got a Latin king up there like, shit, let me try to remember. Let me try to recall. Me and Tato did this. I was telling Tato we could have just ran up on the guy and just robbed him myself, like in the Prius. We shoot the floorboards, bang, bang. What you mean? Wendi did it though. Wendi told us that is new. He has never testified to that before. He has never testified that Wendi had anything to do with it. Donna's probably freaking out for her daughter, but that is the newest thing we've heard from this testimony. Tato and Tuto were throwing Wendi under the bus. She can go. She can go. This has nothing to do with us. Well, maybe. I didn't pull the trigger. That was Tuto. He was dating the shrimp girl. Shit. Oh, man. Do you recall this, sir? Shit. What did you do after you got the money the next Saturday? Yeah, we got motorcycles. Wendy's immunity, I don't know right now because Tato here has fucked that up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Oh, it's the lady.
I said good afternoon.
Oh.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school. Correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendi Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Yo, Tato Holmes, you just said it again. What is Donna gonna do? Tato is Wendi.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh,
Not
I'm
Garcia.
so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
It's like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
You just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, I presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendi Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Yo,
2 people on the
Tato. He said, my name is Tato Puto. Get my name right, Puto. He is doubling down. It was so worse about this. Shout out to Joanna, who says it right now. Donna's throwing her daughter under the bus, bro. Tato.
top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. You see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Chat.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Chat. He said, Tato Puto.
Redirect examination.
Georgia?
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
That's it?
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony.
Yo, guys. They're going to put this shit on Wendi. I'm calling it right now. They're putting this shit on Wendi. Donna's putting it on Wendi. Tato just put it on Wendi. Who else is going to put it on Wendi? mean, the day's about to end. It's 4:41 Eastern Standard Time. We're a few minutes behind because I just couldn't help myself with Luis here.
Parties can approach.
Okay, we got TiVo time. All right, let's go. We got TiVo time. Tato.
Recess for the day.
Oh, they're ending it.
Jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case. Once again, I'm going to remind you of this. Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday. Yes.
He said it's Tato. Look at look at Donna's face. Let me go back. Look at that.
Yes.
Yo. She's like, well, I just did it. I just threw my daughter under the bus. Oh my God. That's crazy. Oh, this is insane. I did not expect this day to go like this at all. They're about to end for the day. I'm gonna give you guys a quick recap, and then I need to get on the phone with my editors. We need to clip that Tato and Tuto thing now. We gotta clip it, Essay. We need to clip it now and put it out tonight. So you guys know over the weekend, Miss Donna Adelson here, the madre. She went after her mija. She went after her mija. Wow. Can't wait to get on the phone with my editors after this. I'm gonna have them clipping all weekend. Stop. I did not expect this. You got the name right, Holmes. Tato just blew this whole trial up. And here's the thing. Tuto's not testifying. He's on the list, but Tuto doesn't testify. Tato does. Tuto doesn't. He's a Latin king, Holmes. He's not doing this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Donna, the queen pin grandma here. The abuela. The abuela. Starting to get real. Hold on, 4:41. We got a little bit of TiVo time, my friend. Okay, here we go.
Members of the jury, actually, please report at 9:15. And by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night.
Oh my God, Holmes. Look at Donna. Donna. The Dawn. She's got her Donna Maria. All right, let me stop. I'm playing too much. She's still got her headphones on. Let's see if they say anything after the jury leaves. But the jury has been dismissed for the day. Witness, Luis Rivera. Wow, chat. I did not expect the day to end like this. It has been an up and down day. But we will cut this up and go from there to make it easier for everyone.
Ms. Kettleman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago. So.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness and go through it smoothly. We'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest for the weekend. Do you all prefer to do it that way?
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I did fail to introduce one of the ATM still images, page exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection.
No, there you are.
States 37 is admitted.
I can't believe this.
We leave today just to go through what has been admitted and has not. It cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, excuse me, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit State's exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed what else?
After 128, 136, and that's it.
That matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used. I'm
Yes.
advised the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes.
Man.
And foundation for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64 AA. All right. 8:30 on Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Oh my God, Chad. I still can't believe the ending. He said, my name is Tato Puto. He didn't say that, of course. But this is insane. This day has been really, really crazy. Hoo-wee. All right. Well, they are reconvening on Monday. Let me give you guys a quick rundown of what we just saw happen today. I didn't expect Luis Rivera to just become the Woody of this trial. He really just did. And that was the most explosive part of this trial today because he's literally blaming it on Wendi. And then for Donna's team to be like, oh yeah, we gave you a chart, right? And we told you to circle the person that wanted all this to happen, and it was Wendi. Okay, we saw opening statements. We started with the prosecution's opening. The other woman on the prosecution team did a pretty good job setting everything up for this jury to look for, right? There were a few things that she was missing. I really do think that she should have talked more about the Latin Kings part. Do you see why I was right, guys? Because now that we've ended the day with Luis, you could see why that was so important to mention that these guys were gangbangers and hired hitmen, right? Next, you go to Donna's, her defense team's opening. The older woman did it. We did judge her because she had a poster board. There was no technology. It was just like, this happened, and this happened, and this happened. And then y'all came back with some tea and says she used to be a judge and is not a judge anymore because of a disability, but she's still practicing law, right? Jackie, Donna's doppelganger. I wasn't a fan that Donna started crying earlier during the witnesses 3 testimony. Like, you're not supposed to do that. I did need to ban somebody from chat because they're like, saying that about somebody's not cool. And then exactly what I said, the judge came in and was like, hey, you know what? Let's get the jury out of here for a moment. Miss Adelson, you're not supposed to pour emotion into this. It's an emotional thing when you're on trial for murder or a conspiracy to commit murder. All of those things are very emotional. But we need you to try to control your emotion, because a jury's job right now is to look at the facts of this case and then make a determination. They're going to get distracted. They're going to, does that show remorse? Does it show all these other things? It brings in so many unnecessary things that are not the number one core reason why the jury is there. They're there to look at the facts and judge you as people that are your peers in your area where this crime took place. And it's a jury of your peers, and they want to do this fair and impartially. If we see emotion like that, it's not helpful. Can you control it all the time? No. We saw this with Karen Reed in her first trial. She was a little bit more, making faces, things like that. She had been coached on that, and Karen did an amazing job on her second trial. But that often comes up with criminal defendants because you don't want the jury to see any outbursts, things like that, right? You also want to show them that you're professional and you take the situation seriously, even as a criminal defendant. Right? Witness 1, we saw the neighbor who initially heard the gunshot and went to see if Dan was okay. Older gentleman was on the stand for a little bit of time. Witness 2, David Sims, he had been with the Tallahassee Police Department, was the first responder on the scene. He talked about how he was not even in the field. He was doing paperwork, but he was the first on the scene. So it might have been slow in Tallahassee. He talks about seeing that Dan was unresponsive, but still moving. This man had been shot in the cheek and in the head and was kind of groaning, moving around. He was still alive, and he was still alive for 11 hours. This police officer takes the keys out of the ignition, opens the other door to get him out of the vehicle and make it easier for, not out of the vehicle, but at least make it easier for first responders to take him out of the vehicle quickly. So that's what he had testified to. Next, we saw Joanne Maltese. This came up towards the end of the trial as well for the day. They just talked about this 5 minutes ago. She's also with the Tallahassee Police Department as far as forensics, and she took the crime scene photos. And we saw the photographs of Dan's, his eyeglasses or half of it on the floor, his wallet, things like that. There was no evidence of theft. That's why the wallet was important, because it's like, this is not a robbery. This is not somebody going into the house, because this all happened in his driveway with the garage door open, right? Usually people that have garages, sometimes they'll back their car into it, shot it, things like that. Some people leave their cars in the driveway, even if they have a garage. But for Dan, it seemed to be out of the ordinary that the garage door would be open and there's an entry point into the house, right? Nothing from inside of the house was stolen. And they also did a safety sweep to make sure that the house was intact, and it was, right? Going back to Joanne, she mentioned the wallet, no evidence of theft, things of the like. So she corroborated with a few pictures. I think I counted 11 to 17, a few more. Witness number 4 was Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark was the medical examiner who now works and lives in the state of Georgia. He conducted the autopsy, and we talked about it. He mentioned that his conclusion that it was a homicide, and we saw some x-ray photos. Dan took a bullet to the cheek and to the middle of the head. I don't know how he survived 11 hours after that, but he did. And those x-ray photos were hard to look at. What we couldn't see, court of public opinion, was that people in the courtroom were able to see photographs of Dan with his injuries when it happened. And that is when Donna Adelson started breaking down and she started crying. The judge had to take a break, send her to the bathroom, a few other people to console her, but then he did check her on it. Like, ma'am, you're not allowed to do that in front of the jury members. Please try to have some control as we get through this process. Court broke for lunch after that. That was witness number 4. And they were gone for about an hour. They should have come back for 1:15. After the fact, it was like 30 minutes where we started talking about some pretrial motions. Should have been gone. But it's because we started testimony with witness number 5, Craig Isom from the Tallahassee Police Department. Now, he was the lead investigator on the case. He started testifying. Georgia had him on direct, and within probably like 3 minutes, the defense started objecting. And it was a flurry of objections. I think it was probably 2 or 3, maybe not flurry, but there were a few objections, things that should have been handled pre-trial. They talked about it. The judge started to get pissed off. pissed off. And he started cracking his knuckles. We were like, Judge Everett, damn. Like he was like, fix this now. Y'all talk about it now because I want to push this forward. He wants the flow to be good. He's very respectful of the jury members' time. I do appreciate that, and I'm sure that they do too. You know, because the jury members between those objections had gone out of the room at least twice. Now, we talked about how Donna kind of focused on, you know, calling Dan a major effer. The relocation was denied. There was $100 million offer. They even offered to pay for Dan's plane tickets to go back and forth between the kids, between Tallahassee and Miami. 7-hour drive, but I mean, the flight's probably a lot shorter. Dan was valued at $2.7 million when he passed away. That included some life insurance policies, pensions, things of the like, 401ks, his estate, even given back to his law school. So it does appear that Dan might have been the breadwinner in that marriage, right? Interesting tracking, the way the investigators tracked Luis and Sigfredo. They looked at bus footage. I've never seen that ever, where there were public buses that were going by and they were able to track the location between Luis and Sigfredo with that, right? They also got some interesting phone calls from the defense attorneys, both Katie's defense attorney and Charlie's defense attorney. So that was interesting. We also learned that Donna signed the checks to pay Katie, even though Katie did not have a job at the dental office, but it was Donna's signature on those checks. Interesting stuff. Cross-examination with the cat lawyer was very short. Kind of didn't land that great. I'll be honest. What's her name? Janice? Is her name Janice? Or Janet? Jackie. Jackie did better on cross with Sigfredo. I am surprised to say that. I did not. And this is the bombshell of the day, going to witness number 6, Luis Rivera, who is almost at the end of his bid. Right? He had a plea deal. He has a federal sentence and a state sentence. He's almost served that time. This happened 11 years ago, guys. He's almost at the tail end of this bid. So for him to come out and say that Wendi Adelson was the person that directed this hit or you know, was the person that really wanted this to happen. And then for Donna's attorney to come up there and cross-examine and say the same thing. Bombshell of the day. And shout out to Joanne. He did not ever mention Wendi before. This is new. This is what, the 4th, 5th trial on this matter? I mean, this is gonna be crazy, guys. I just don't know. Crystal Justice has been with me for a month, says they just left the whole trial behind, huh? Yeah. I mean, girl, I don't even know. E. Capone with the 5 says, wow, court is still in session. You came in at a good time, E. Capone. That was amazing, brother Irwin. Sorry, I know you as E. Capone. I know you changed your username recently, but thank you so much. Shout out to Jamie Spolpave. I can never say that last name well. Jamie S. has been with me for 3 months. Says, AV, are we listening to the leaked audio? Not just yet. My editors are waiting for me. They're like, oh, the Sigfredo thing is amazing. Or sorry, the Luis thing is huge. Let us know. And we're trying to get to a meeting soon. So I'm going to hop on out of here in a second. But for leaked audio, we can do that on Monday. Want to come to some cash apps. I think I caught most of them. There might be one. Shout out to Trista, who sent me a $10 cash app. Thank you so much. She says, Inner Beauty, awesome coverage today. Thank you. I did not know that this day was going to end like this, guys, at all. At all. Like, because everybody's like, Dawn is guilty, Dawn is guilty. But to implicate Wendi, and how eerie is it that we watched Wendi's testimony for lunch? And like, again, last week, here's the tea. Wendi was trying, like Donna put a subpoena out to force Wendi to testify for them. Like she's going to testify for the prosecution regardless because she has immunity with the prosecution. But if she testifies for the defense on cross-examination, what can happen is cat lawyer can ask her questions. But guess who gets to cross her? Guess. Georgia. Georgia's had conversations with Wendi and watched Wendi change her story 3 times. But Georgia has that immunity deal with Wendi. So she can't necessarily incriminate herself. Wendi is trying to make sure that she does not incriminate herself. Wendi moved from Florida. She don't even live there anymore. She moved to Texas. Why? Right? Things are starting to look a little crazy. And you have Charlie convicted to life. Katie convicted life. Luis over here trying to get out of jail. Sigfredo pulled the trigger. All these people have already been taken down. Donna's trial is happening right now. But remember, Donna was arrested mere days after Charlie's trial ended. So Wendi, I don't know if that immunity is going to be there for much longer. I don't know. Anyway, here's the thing. I am traveling next week, guys. So I'm going to try to get with my team and see how we're going to do the schedule, even if I have to like move my flight to Sunday. I'm excited now. Like I want to just be ready Monday morning and go with y'all. So if that means I have to fly in a day early, I might do that. Tuesday and Thursday, it might have to be, I start later just because I have some meetings out of state in the morning, but we can skip through lunch, catch everybody up. You know, of course, like if you watch it in other places, fine, just don't come and spoil it. But I am not going to look at anything unless I watch it with y'all. So that is the plan for next week. Other than that, the following week is Labor Day, but I'll be here back in this studio covering it every day, 9 to 5, no problem. So, ooh-wee, it's a lot. Sorry, some people are like, oh, can I get an earbud warning? Yeah, you'll get a little bit of a break because I'll be traveling, right? So you won't get the high-powered studio stuff. When I get excited, it does get a little bit louder. The courtroom volume is low. So if you have somebody with a very powerful microphone and courtroom audio that's low, sometimes when outbursts happen, there could be an imbalance. I usually recommend that people put their volume on medium settings if it does jolt you like that. We've worked on it. I have worked on this many times with sound engineers, and right now we have it at the best median setting, which means that my microphone is actually even more powerful than this. It's just lower. Also, notice that it's back here. It is actually really far away from where I'm sitting. So, you know, I know it can be tough sometimes, but I recommend all trial watchers, and I'm happy we're talking about this on day one, because it happens with every trial, and almost every law tuber will tell you this. Just make sure you don't put your volume all the way up. I had some people for Karen Reed listen to me on giant speakers, and they'd be like, every time you laugh or scream, it's so loud. And I'm like, yeah, turn it down a little bit. And just, you know, that's why we put captions on for you guys purposely. So that way you can follow along if it's a little bit too low, you know? Anyway, I've been here before and definitely wanted to keep you guys up to the loop with that one. But wow, I mean, what a day. What a day. So we have our schedule for next week. Also, if you miss a trial day, this is why I need to meet with my team immediately, is immediately after the trials. What I'll do, we've been streaming for almost 8 hours. What I'm going to do is chop up the sections. So if you're watching over the weekend and catching up, you can go to the chapters of the video and see what happened in each section and pace yourself that way. We're also, we hired a new team member for this who is going to help us with daily recaps. So we have another editor that is, you know, specifically that's her job. As soon as the stream ends, if you want a 15-minute update, we get those out at the end of the night for y'all. So, but yeah, so we got a lot going on. It's going to be great. If you don't follow me on Instagram or Twitter, same thing. That same person is helping us do shorter recaps there. So my role is, you know, as a creator, I will do like a 1-minute synopsis. Like, here's what happened in court today. So if you want something even shorter, we're making sure we hit you on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok. All of our links are in the description box below. Anywho, I'm going to run out of here because it's been such a long day, but wow. Wendi. Y'all have a good one. Stay safe out there. See you on Monday. Bye.